Yes, I'm running late. I thought, Crafty Killer, Alien Robot. Hello, 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Eternal. There we go. And hello, Megaleech as well. Okay, a quick video to start thing. That's going to take a couple minutes. It's not going to be instantaneous. Talking about ice. The thing I like to talk about. All right. Ugh. I was trying to edit something and it was taking longer than I thought it would. All right. Fucking sideways. Okay. Good job, that guy. He knows what he's doing. He's not a clumsy idiot. Galumphing around like a great hairy beast. A little bit better. Let's turn that on. Fuck's sake, really? This thing where because the way you push the memory card in here. No, wait, that's not right. It pushes the thing that locks it, and it's really fiddly. I find it really annoying. Okay. Okie doke. That's probably good. Got that. Got that. G'day. Got the first word wrong. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. I'm going to share with you one of my big secrets for what I think is the second most important thing when it comes to making cocktails. First most important is your booze. I mean, that's my humble opinion. But I honestly think the second most important part is ice. If you don't have ice at all, it's going to very much limit how good your cocktails are and what you can do. And you can get a bit trickier with ice. You can get more involved with ice. You can do different things with ice. Like, for instance, I've got this ice ball mold. It's simple enough. There's a little hole in the top. You use a funnel to pour water in, and you freeze it, and you get ice balls. I mean, that's kind of cool, right? That's just a bit different from having a cube in your glass. It's a bit of fun. But you know what's cooler than an ice ball? A clear ice ball. This one works so well, it's almost completely clear. I mean, that just looks cooler. Especially if you put a clear drink like a clarified cocktail on it. Now, before it melts, I'm going to shoot this shot as a close-up. Crafty Killer Robot, I don't know what's happening with your stream. That's right. Got my clarified cocktail. Okay, is that right? That is look cool, man. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, I kind of did the wrong thing there, but that's okay. We got there in the end. Get that going again. Get this going again. Nice, Tim. Sorry. Safa half Tim Smithed already on apple cider. It's Friday night, man. Why the hell not? Why the hell not? Okay, now I'm just going to do a bit more talking about ice. Some people question why you'd put a lot of effort into ice, and I just fucking thought of something I did wrong, and I'm going to hate myself forever because of it. Fuck. Shit. Okay. Fuck. Right, this is going to take... I am going to redo this, or I'll just hate myself forever. No, you know what? That's not going to work. We're going to do this. God damn it. Okay. I need more light on my subject. There we go. Look at it, me. Working hard for just one shot. Ugh. Right. Now, take fucking 10? I don't know. How many hundred takes have I had? Okay. Do this. I didn't understand. Oh, listen. Some people question why you go to any trouble to get ice apart from just ordinary ice. And the thing is, with cocktails, they're visual as much as a thing you taste, because how you see things and how you experience things affects how much you enjoy them. And damn if that clear ice just disappearing in there isn't cool. If you don't think it's cool, I don't know what to say to you. But my secret is, it isn't only cool, it's actually quite easy. Here's the secret. My secret with clear ice is it's not just cool, it's easy. Here's the secret ingredient: a coffee keep cup, whatever you want to call it, a double insulated coffee cup that you use to keep your coffee hot. Also keeps things cold with the insulation. Now, to get clear ice, you need directional freezing. And there's a bunch of ways to do that. There are industrial machines that freeze ice a layer at a time so they get clear ice. That's how most bars get their clear ice. But at home, what you need is something that's insulated on all sides apart from the top. And you'll see a lot of videos where they show you to use like a mini cooler or esky, depending where you are in the world, what you call it. And that absolutely works, gets you a big rectangle of ice. But the cooler takes up a lot of room in the freezer. This takes up hardly any room. Now, admittedly, you get a cylinder of ice rather than a cube, unless you want to go to a lot of trouble and carve it out. But then again, most of the glasses you serve it in are round, so I think a cylinder of ice is pretty cool. But I did not carve that sphere out of one of the cylinders. What I did, and you want to do this over a sink because it's going to be messy, fill this, not necessarily all the way, but most of the way with water. Then fill this most of the way with water. Then fill your ice ball. Jesus Christ, words. Okay. Fill this most of the way with water. Then fill your ice ball mold with water. What you want to do is like cover the little hole and then put it in there and push it and drop it in. Now that's why you want to do it over the sink, because there'll be some displacement and water will go everywhere. Then you simply put this in your freezer. Now, then you simply put this in your freezer. Now, because of the directional freezing, it's going to freeze much more slowly than you may be used to ice. Then you simply put this in your freezer. Now, because of the directional freezing, it's going to freeze much more slowly than you may be used to ice freezing. So you're probably going to want to leave this for a day or two. If you leave it longer than 2 days, you'll actually get some extra ice down here because, of course, you do need a cup that's big enough to fit the ice ball mold in. There are some out there that are too small for this. You've got to look around and find one that's big enough. But when you freeze it, this is going to be well and truly stuck in there. So you're going to have to turn it upside down like this. This is what I feel is maybe the biggest drawback of this method. This is rigid. You can't squeeze or twist it to get the ice out any sooner. You have to leave it upside down, ideally, like this, and let it thaw a little bit. So you want it over a surface where it can drain. And then when it's good and ready, it's going to come out. Open up your little mold, and you get that beautiful, clear ice ball. I prefer this method over the mini cooler method because I think it's easier. It takes up far less room in your freezer. And who doesn't have one of these? I mean, you may not have one of these, but they're very easy to get. And you can get them in different sizes and experiment with what sort of ice you get out of them. I'm still questing for one that's square on the inside because I would like clear ice cubes that I don't have to carve, quite honestly. But for now, I have ice balls, I have ice cylinders. I think they look really cool. You don't necessarily have to have a clarified cocktail in them, just something where you're using clear spirits, like a lot of old fashions look absolutely incredible in this. And it's a lot of fun to play with, in my opinion. If you think it's fun, give it a go. Let me know how it works for you, or if you have a method of your own for getting clear ice that I haven't already covered. Anyway, I hope that was interesting and informative and maybe inspired you, and I hope to see you again soon. Until then, cheers. All right. Now I'm going to sit down. And I may... Oh, you know what? I was going to do a 4th of July video. I'll tell you about it. I'll sit down. How long has that taken me? 15 minutes. Jesus. Oh, God, I keep forgetting. Why doesn't someone tell me to put the chicken in charge when I go up? I keep forgetting to put the chicken in charge. Ugh. And I'm completely sober. Not drunk any alcohol yet. If I'm forgetting chicken in charge while I'm completely sober, what the hell's going to happen later in the night? Oofed. Oh, man, that's really fucking yummy. Okay, I'm going to have to make another one. That one lasted me 2 weeks. Half peeled my orange. tend to use the orange, and I've denuded it of its peels. Orange juice makes good flavors in a clarified cocktail. And that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, yes, Dr. Abigail suffered the calamity of not getting Taylor Swift tickets. That whole thing seemed like hugely stressful. Are we talking about old consoles? I never had a PS1 or anything from Sega. I bought a Nintendo 64. I didn't have any Nintendo consoles that were older than that. To the best of my knowledge, my Nintendo 64 still works. And then I got a PlayStation 2 and did get a Wii and I'm going to switch this banner off. Now I have a Nintendo Switch and a PlayStation 4. Like, not the latest one's the 5, isn't it? I don't have the latest one. The PlayStation 4. Safa, didn't you send me a thing that it was Brett, what's his name? Oh, Ticketek should be illegal. Like, what they do is terrible. Crafty Killer Alien Robot. Message about landlubbers. Where did you put a message about landlubbers? Oh, okay. There's a fun bit of trivia, Strictly Sega. They were popular in Australia because they made a deal with Village Roadshow and most video shops would rent the Master Systems. Aha. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of nightmare stories about Ticketek and what an evil fucking company they are. Safa reveling in being half Tim Smith at the start of the stream. You posted them earlier in the chat. Was it a link? Because if it was a link, I won't see it. Yes, I mean, it's saying something, Safa, but I think being half Tim Smithed, your spelling's worse than usual. So I think you're going to have to forgive all concerned if there's difficulty in following what you're trying to communicate. But, that's all the fun of party night, really. I got a whole bunch of things to taste. I got new things. I ordered a shite ton of stuff. No, I tried scrolling up and I didn't see anything, and there's a bunch of chat, and I honestly can't be fucked. That's why I was asking if it had a link, because I scrolled up and didn't see anything about landlubbers. Okay, see, this is a little bit of history. Mega Drive made the NES look old. Street Fighter 2 looked better on the SNES. Caught up. Donkey Kong Country. I see. What I remember, what are the games I really loved on Nintendo 64? Legend of Zelda. Donkey Kong Country was really good. Super Mario World, or was it just called It's just called Super Mario 64. That was wild. Just that really compelling 3D nature of Super Mario was wild. And see, that's the thing. Everyone's talking about the N64 and GoldenEye. I never owned GoldenEye. I don't think I've ever played GoldenEye. My spy shoot 'em up was Perfect Dark, which I quite enjoyed. Oh, Banjo-Kazooie, that was a good one. Banjo-Kazooie was very good. Yeah, just those 3D adventure games on the Nintendo 64 were just incredible. I really enjoyed them. Dontron, how you doing? I'm fine. Hope you are too. There you go. See, the whole PC thing, I probably did as much gaming on PC over the years as on consoles. But yeah, it kind of depends where I am. So it's pretty wild. Yeah, no, everyone liked GoldenEye. I never had it. I liked Perfect Dark. I think I had one or two fighting games for the Nintendo 64. Well, I think the big difference has been PCs are upgradable and easily upgradable, and consoles win on ease of use for a lot of people. Whereas a lot of people who are very PC centric love that they can upgrade and improve the PC easily. Crafty Killer. All right, Pirate Socialist. Landlubbers is for centrists. For the noise. Yeah, no, actually, with the pirate theme, Landlubber makes perfect sense. And there's that actually, yes, because retailers were much more willing to rent console games because they were more difficult to rip. Whereas obviously, if you rented a PC game, the person's installing the game onto their PC. So for the distributors, the rental market for console games was much more attractive than the concept of renting computer games. Should you get Domino's tonight? I don't think I can put polls in here. You should get Domino's if you want to get Domino's. I would not. Well, I'm not actually on YouTube, Safa. I know I'm streaming to YouTube, but I'm not on it. So, yeah, and that's where I land. Strictly Sega, PCS, Domino's, no. But it depends, what you've got available, really. What do I think about affirmative action in the States? You'd need to be a bit more precise because, in general, when well applied, affirmative action is an attempt to redress centuries of bias and unfair preferential treatment of primarily straight white men. And so many people, whether they realize it or are willing to see it in themselves, so many people, and I would include myself in this, have at least unconscious biases. It's what you're used to seeing is what you expect to see. So without affirmative action plans, there would have been almost no move. Now I get what we're talking about. I have not looked into that. I have seen reference to it, like Joe Biden says it's a bad idea. The current US Supreme Court is a fucking farce, quite honestly. And Joe Biden being a dork centrist with his line about, because constitutionally you could expand the Supreme Court. There's nothing that would stop him. He could personally appoint 3 more justices without removing any of the ones that are on there to make the fucking court a bit more level and unbiased. because it's a fucking farce at the moment. So my very shallow reading of what has happened is it's bad. Oh, yes. And okay, it's Friday. People probably don't have their bingo cards ready yet. But yeah, Behind the Bastards did a bit of an exploration on Clarence Thomas. He's a piece of shit. He is a lying, untrustworthy, two-faced piece of shit. So is the NDAS good? In spirit, it is. In execution, it's bad. Like even one of the prime people behind it is being quoted in the media in the last day or two saying, particularly previous Liberal governments, but governments generally have progressively fucked up the idea of the NDIS, and it needs to be fixed big time. So, yeah. That's okay, Dr. Abigail. No need to stress and whatnot. We can just have fun. We can just mock me every time I say one of the ridiculously predictable things I always say. I don't actually have to keep score, but sorry, what's your last message, Crafty Killer Robot? Detective Comics and Marvel Comics are for land lovers. They actually are products of the status quo, even if at various times in history they've been a little bit edgy. I mean, as everyone always points out, like the X-Men in Marvel it's a metaphor for racism. I also always thought it was a metaphor for the conflict and confusion of puberty, because traditionally, if you're a mutant, your powers come in when you're a teenager, like they're puberty related, and you end up being an outcast. And how many fucking teenagers feel like that the world's changing and they're changing? Dontron, it's about all marginalized group, because you actually get gay X-Men. It's like, I think the sort of surface reading of it, people go, oh, it's a metaphor for racism. And like I said, for any sort of marginalized group, whether it's gay, but I like I said, I always thought it was about just puberty as well, and how you feel weird, and you're changing and no one understands you and you're becoming an outsider. Yeah. And I mean, that's the big, super obvious message of X-Men and the other mutants in Marvel Comics: accept people even if they're different. I see. Okay, I don't know Batman stuff enough at all to know who the character Anarchy is. The Flag Smashers, I don't know if they exist in the comics. I did, of course, see them in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier series. I thought that was a major missed opportunity, because the elements they raised in that series, so that's post Thanos snap stuff, and it was raising the important point that if half the population vanished, for the more downtrodden you were, the more likely things were going to be better for you, as in less competition for resources. Homelessness wouldn't be a thing with half the population gone. So, and that's what they started to explore in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But then they went, as you'd say, Crafty Killer Alien Robot, they went all landlubber. They went very centrist, even with Falcon, who becomes Captain America, giving his big speech about how the politicians have to be better, but they didn't really commit to it. And the Flag Smashers started out pretty solid, and then they just did sort of cartoonishly bad things. So it's like, oh, they had a good idea, but they went too far. And it's like, yeah, that's bullshit. Thanos was based for psychopath. I've always said Thanos was a wuss. He had God complex stuff of, I lead the powers up there. It's random, the 50%. No, fuck being random. If I could make people fade away, I'd be choosing the fuckers who fade away. I tell you what. And I wouldn't even have to I wouldn't even have to take out half the population to radically improve things. Yes, Dr. Abigail, reasonable point. Half the current population was the 1985 population. But we are in the world we are in now, with the population we have now. And if half the population vanished instantly, that would not be, oh, we're in 1985 world. It's a completely different situation. It's all the struggles in the current world, and suddenly there's only half as many people in those struggles, which, again, vested interests, the powers that be, would still... Actually, I think any catastrophe on that stage, on that scale, the overwhelming majority of political systems in the world would slide into fascism really quickly. Really quickly. Oh, getting edgy, Crafty Kill. You're saying the States has more in common with Nazi Germany. Well, they did actually recruit a bunch of Nazi scientists after the war. People who should have been facing war crimes trials. They spirited them away to get their brains. As did the Soviets. The US and the Soviets kind of split up the Nazi scientists 50-50. Because is there someone else missing in Russia? Somewhere? It's hard to keep up with. There's like there's a friend was sharing something about someone whose death being regarded as suspicious. Did they say something mean about Putin? Because what seems to happen is when people say something mean about Putin, afterwards they get very, very, very sad and off themselves, basically. Because I'm sure it's just they realized they really regret saying something bad about Vlad. Not that Putin just murders his political enemies. That's probably not what's happening. Well, Safa, here's the thing. If you're talking about the institutions of the USSR and the Russian government, basically, if you're criticizing this policies and actions of a government or a military or a power base, I don't believe that's racist or bigoted, even if the group is not the same ethnic or cultural group as you. So see, that's what they do. I don't think it's accidental. I think they're sad because they hurt Vlad. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. How are you this fine evening? And oh my goodness, am I happy? Everything I ordered came. I got my refills. So I recently ran out of my Archie Rose Sunrise Lime Gin, and this is a limited edition, so I got some more. I will run out of my Bone Dry Gin, and it's a limited edition, so I wanted that. And I will run out of my Brix Citrus Got Real. There's actually not much of that left. It's in the fridge, so I got a bottle of this. But then now, completely new things, which I might... Actually, I was going to have... I have a non-alcoholic drink here. I'm going to do that. But going to do a bit of taste testing of rums and things. So, so Abigail, the happiness because there's no happiness because of no Swifty tickets. So I got this mango rum from Bricks in Sydney. Also from Bricks, like their spiced rum, they're called Trail Mix. And I just love the description on here. Australian rum infused with pastries, fruit, and spices from the Burke Street Bakery. So I'm going to try that out. Don't try. I think Crafty Killer Alley Robot corrected themselves. They're saying the USSR didn't get the most of them. That's not true. That is patently not true. The US wasn't actively in the war at first, and there were definitely Nazis in America. There was a pro-Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden before the US joined the war. But it is blatantly, explicitly false to say the United States was allies with the Nazis. They weren't at war with the Nazis as quickly as Europe was. It's kind of, I think the Germans regarded what the Japanese did as a blunder, dragging America into the war. Sorry, which one did you hear was sold out, Kirsten? So, but I got in, and I also, okay. And then people advertising to me at exactly the right time. While I was going mad with my tax money I got back from the tax department, a few one-off limited editions came out from the Gospel Rye Whiskey Distillery, their Legacy Rye. Double distilled from a mash bill of 59% rye, 35% corn, 6% malt barley, aged in a heavy toast, high char cask in the middle of our bond store for 3 years. So that's probably going to have a little bit of a smoky note in it. Oh, the mango rum. Oof, well, I must have just got in. If it's sold out. Because I only ordered it this week. And then this one got advertised by White Possum. That's the people who, where it is. That's who I get my barrels from. But they also make, and I actually have their amaretto, what they call naked amaretto. And the story behind this is they got a big old cask of Australian whiskey from a distillery called Chief Son. And I've had their whiskey. It's actually quite good. And so what they did is drain the whiskey out and then put their amaretto in the barrel and keep that in there for a while, and then bottle that amaretto and then put the whiskey back in so it got amaretto notes in it. And that's what this is. Amaretto cask single malt whiskey. This might be the one I'm most excited about. I don't want to hype it up too much in case it lets me know. Oh, yes, Dontron. Riots in France. Man, the French go hard. You're right, generally. And that's both the left and the right, the white people and the immigrants. In France, it's just kind of, if you're pissed off, just go out and fuck some shit up. When the farmers are angry with the government, they go hard. Oh. Yum. Yes. And now the current riots were, I think, because the cops killed an African Muslim teenager, and they lied and said that he was threatening the cops, was going to run over the cops. But yeah, I don't know, someone had it on video and it was really obvious that the cops were so out of line, and it was people using rather dramatic language called it an extrajudicial execution. Oh yeah, that was a wild one. The French police facing off against the French firefighters. I've seen a meme somewhere, like, people wondering, like, why are you so anti-police? It's like, because so many people are not helped by the police. No one's ever written a song called "Fuck the Fire Department." All right, I should get some tasting glasses. Okay, Dontron, with the big asterisk, I could be wrong. That's what I thought I read. So yeah. Asterisk had a cop punching a driver. Yeah, I mean, cops are going to do shit. That's the thing I do. All right, I'm going to get some little tasting glasses for all the things I'm going to taste. I've got some tasting glasses, little mini Glen cans down here. That's the classy way to do it. And I'm going to run out of space here. Gotta get my shit sorted. Okay. So, Safi, you're saying there was a video? I read there was a video, but like I said, slightly correcting myself to say I haven't seen it. I did read it existed. All right. I think I'm going to start with this one while my palate's fresh. Amaretto cask whiskey. Gotta crack the seal on this wax. I mean, they call it wax, but it's some weird halfway thing between wax and plastic. All right. It's going to be a lot. Actually, no, there's not going to be a lot of this. This is the only one that has it on it. I have to admit, it is #oddly satisfying to peel this stuff off. No. Need to get this off a bit more. Dontron, yeah, I think there are body cams in a lot of countries. Certainly the cops here are meant to have them. It's weird how often cops conveniently don't have the body cam switched on, or it malfunctions in a sort of lethal incident. Oh, God. God damn it. Go and get a knife or something. And then I can stab myself live on the stream. Yes, Dontron, that's when they shoot someone, it's often like, oh, the body cam wasn't working. It's weird how blatant. Weird, predictable how blatant cops will be with thinking that they're above the law. God damn it. Ugh. What is this doing to me? God, just make. Oh, there you go. Got enough of it off. Ooh, little pop. No, you know what? That's enough. You know what? I'm going to pour this next to the microphone so you get the glug, glug, glug. I love that sound. All right, put the lid back on. Just having little samples of these, not getting absolutely shit-faced. Huh. Doesn't really smell like amaretto to me. Smells like whiskey, maybe a bit more raisiny than a lot of whiskeys are. All right, the moment of truth. What does it taste like? I got a bit of the wax in there. Ooh, it's a little bit spicy. Oh, it just really mellows out though. I love that. Safi, you got asked for ID at Dan's because your face mark. You're still young here. Don Tron, I think probably broadly there are far less abuses, far fewer abuses of police power in Australia, but we still have horrible examples of racism and just general abuse of power by cops. You do not want to be an Indigenous person in police custody, particularly in remote areas. Man, that's got an almost banana-y aftertaste. I mean that in a good way. That's very warm. What's the percent on this? 46%, so it's a bit higher than average. Hey, Musical Aviator. Working back tonight, so no LARP. Ooh. Nice palate cleanser. All right, now I might mix things up. I love that you can work anything back to the injustice of not getting Taylor Swift tickets. I guess, at least there's a lot of people who feel your pain. I've seen so many pissed off people online today, not just because they didn't get the tickets, but because the process of not getting the tickets was so frustrating. Yeah, Don Tron, there's terrible stories of Canadian police with First Nations people. There's a story I always remember, and this is from a few years back now. A remote community off the coast of Queensland, Palm Island. A cop there straight up murdered, well, maybe more than one cop, but anyway, cops straight up murdered an Indigenous man they had in custody. Like, they beat him to death. The coroner said the injuries were comparable to what they'd see in a serious car accident. Like, the injuries were just horrible. And they got away with it. It was swept under the carpet. They just said, oh, he's bad, he's resisting arrest, or he's drunk, he fell down in the cells. And they fucking murdered the guy. And it got swept under the carpet, and that was going to be the end of it, till the people of Palm Island rioted. And they rioted, and like this is burn the cop station riot. And that got a lot of attention, and it's like, why is everyone so angry? And it was investigated, and the investigation essentially showed, oh, this guy got murdered. It would have just been swept under the carpet and forgotten if the people of Palm Island hadn't rioted. Anyway, another new bottle, mango rum time. That is a very subdued pop, but we get another glug, glug, glug as I so we right up on the microphone. This is ASMR. You're getting some ASMR tonight. Great sound. Wow, that smells like mango. That smells really fruity. Ugh. put it up here for now. Okay, so Dontron, you're saying those prices 80 to 12.50 is more affordable than the States. Wow. Oh my God. Oh, that is so fruity. Oh my gosh, that's just state the bleeding obvious. That is so tropical. Okay, it's just 40%. Doesn't burn at all. Man, I need to make like a daiquiri. Oh, I need to make a daiquiri with that. Oh, actually, Dontron, here's a fun one. Legalized company. Ticketmaster, when they got to merge company with someone who owns stadiums and whatnot, that's absolutely criminal. In here where we are in the state of Victoria, the government can declare some ticketed events to be a major event, which means a law has then come into place. It's illegal to resell tickets for that event for more than 110% of their price, their face value. So you can't resell them for more than 10% of what they're worth. That was it. Live Nation. Yeah, I think it was a video. I was going to say I read something. I think it was a video. Adam Conover, who got famous with the series Adam Ruins Everything, he broke down how much the Ticketmaster Live Nation merger absolutely fucked up live music in America. Oh, wow. Ooh, I absolutely need to make a daiquiri with that. Man, I've never tasted a rum like that. Yum. It's so sweet. Sorry, Safra, I did see you ask me how much I know about the Frontier Wars. Honestly, not that much. I know a little about the Frontier Wars, namely that they continued until about the 1920s. There was still armed conflict from warriors who hadn't surrendered into the 20th century. And the big thing I know about it is our governments and education systems went to a lot of trouble to make sure we were taught as little as possible about them. All right, opening bottle number 3, Bricks Trail Mix. Well, that came off easy. I've actually been pretty keen for this one too. Probably the two I was most interested in were this and the Amaretto whiskey. Oh, yes, Dontron. Ned Kelly was based. Downtrodden Irishman. Had plans to smash the state. It's a very interesting, what could have been a really pivotal point in Australian history. He had a train full of coppers coming to get him. And even more so than now, the cops were just armed thug who did the will of the rich. And they were coming to get him in the town of Glenrowan. But Kelly and his gang knew they were coming, and they had ripped up the rails. And this was, I think it was in high country. And so if the train had derailed, it wouldn't have just derailed. It was like going to go off the side of a hill, small mountain, and pretty much have taken out an extremely large chunk of the state's police force. Like, it would have been just a seismic shift in power. But someone snuck away from the town and warned the cops, like flagged down the train and said, you can't keep going. The rails have been ripped up. Kelly was going to kill you all. If that hadn't have happened, if that guy hadn't gone off and warned the train, the potential changes to the history of this country are huge. And yes, Ned Kelly's armor is in a museum. He was hanged here in Melbourne in the old jail. I think they have his death mask too. Yeah, it was snitches. God damn. I think I even remember his name, Aaron Sherritt. Oh, there you go. Kirsten knows the armor's in the Victorian State Library. It was weird how well it worked, except his legs and arms weren't protected. But his head and torso was like, bullets were just going bing, bing. It was not the worst idea in history. He proto Iron Man. They captured him and he was hanged here in Melbourne. Oh, wow, what's that about? And that's like smoky. Oh, that remind me of smoked almonds. You get them in the pub sometimes. And really dark. Oh, okay. Now I'm getting the vibe. Trail mix. I am really getting like nuts and really dark chocolate out of this. Dontron, I feel like I've read something about that too. If there was a person who inspired the story, they were not at all well known, and they may have just been a crazy meth head. Safa, I don't know. The government does some things to support regional areas, but having grown up in regional areas, governments generally don't give a rat's ass about country people. It's pretty fucking rough, quite honestly. Oh, nice. Kirsten, you're being so diligent. 3 more chores, then martini time. Nice. In fact, I might go out and get a martini. Man, this is... So what... Their tasting notes. Allspice. I can definitely taste allspice in here. Peppermint gum and licorice root. Tied the rum together, balancing sweetness, depth of flavor, length on the palate. So, a rum matured in American oak, infused banana bread, which is just hilarious. Almond croissants. Yeah, I knew there was freaking nuts in here. Figs, lemon peel, pear skins, byproducts of the Burke Street Bakery kitchen. I think it's like from the molasses in the rum, I'm getting like these notes of a really dark chocolate. You're talking about, okay. Are you talking about medication wherein our prices are good, or our street dug prices? And I actually don't know what they are. I want to act hip and cool and with it and say I know how much a gram is. I don't. Like literally the last time someone talked to me, we should do this thing and get cocaine. I was like, how much will that cost? And they're like, $500. And I'm like, fuck off. That is way too, like spending there you go, grams. You're saying it's expensive. Yeah, I had someone was like, we get it for a couple of people, it'll be $500. And I was going like, that's way too much pressure for a good night out. I couldn't enjoy it because it's like, I've spent so much money on this. I have to have a good time. And I'd be so fixated on that, I couldn't possibly have a good time. It'd be terrible. And so I said, no. Not because of any moral stance or health stance against drugs. It's just like, no, that's just too expensive. What the fuck? Man, that is really interesting. I think maybe an old fashioned with that. I wonder if I could do an old fashioned and do a split of the trout. Oh man, a little burp there. That was nuts. Yes, I know the taste of nuts. Gargling them. Yeah, it's like, and honestly, the person who was talking about spending this money was not someone who had a lot of money. I'll protect their identity. No, I won't. It was AIDSy. And he's like, oh, yeah, I know someone to get this. And I went, oh, yeah, okay. What's that involve? And it's like $500. And I was like, fuck off. Honestly, what? Jesus. It was no. What even are you thinking? It was just no, thank you. Oh, I need to make a Godfather with that. I think even up, but like trail mix with barrel aged macadamia liqueur. That's gonna kick ass. I might even make that tonight. I was gonna make a 4th of July shot, and we've already at this very early stage. It's only 9 o'clock, but I think my motivation for making more videos tonight is very low. And it's not because sometimes it's because I'm drunk. It's not tonight. I've been quite moderate in my alcohol consumption this first hour. Yeah, I just don't think I can be fucked. I'm going to do a shot. 4th of July is coming up, red, white, and blue. I'm going to have blue absinthe on the top and set it on fire and sprinkle cinnamon on it. So it's like fireworks, 4th of July. That's my whole plan. I've basically done it before as well, but America, celebrate freedom. Well, which one? That was the mango rum. There was like, I thought the drop of water settled, a drop of liquid settled in. Was it that mango rum? I've got to make a daiquiri with that, and I think like a version of a Godfather with the trail mix. And yes, Dontron, I agree. Horse racing, rich people sport. Although we actually have a public holiday, and I mean like a public holiday where you get paid to not go to work for a horse race here in Melbourne, the Melbourne Cup. And one for the football grand final too. Yay. What the fuck is wrong with us? All right. Still got one new bottle to open. Gospel Projects Legacy Rye. They say the thing, there's corn in the mash build, but this ain't no bourbon. I did actually get a bottle of Australian corn whiskey recently. It's got very interesting smoky notes. It's kind of it kind of had a vibe of corn cooked on a barbecue. It's quite nice. Anyway, rye whiskey. Limited edition from the Gospel. Yeah, okay. So to be fair, Dontron, the reason we get the holidays, there are an X number of federal holidays which are fixed, and there are X number of state holidays. They vary state to state when they happen, and the state government can declare them to be to mark a particular thing, and they can move the date where there is. And both of these moves were actually pretty good sort of marketing from a tourism point of view. They moved mandated public holidays, gazetted, that's the word, gazetted public holidays, and they changed some of them. And one was for the Melbourne Cup, and The ones for the football grand final. Oh, actually, the grand final parade, not the grand final, because it's on the weekend. So if you saw rye whiskey at Dan's, 60-70, that sounds about right. Probably be an American rye. Oh, wow. That almost smells like a lightly peated whiskey. Smoke. They did say it was a high char barrel. Oh, that's got that rye spiciness going. Man, this stuff sits on your tongue. Damn, that's a good rye whiskey. God, how strong is this? 56%. Shit. It's not burning for 56%. That is a good rye whiskey. Man, that taste really sits with you. Because it's not as smoky on the palate. You can smell this sort of man, but the taste is just like sits on the tongue. I'm not half Tim Smith yet, but like if I made an old fashioned with that, like if I put a couple of ounces, like 60 mils in a glass and made an old fashioned with it, you'd be on a way, because that's almost 50% more than base level whiskies. Base level whiskies are like 40%, and that's almost 50% higher ABV. So how confusing is red wine? I do not drink wine at all. Same as I don't drink beer at all. Although I do use wine products in cocktails, vermouth, which is an aromatized wine, or fortified wines. I use fortified wines, port, sherry, and whatnot in cocktails. Oh, yeah, Safa. Although you're saying red wine's confusing to a novice drinker, I tend to find the people at Dan's are quite good. You could say, I want something like that. And they'll point you. And, I mean, they have cheap, decent quality stuff. But, yeah, I just don't drink wine. The vintage coca wine. Are we saying this is wine that has cocaine in it? Is made from coca plants? I'm not familiar with it. Okay, so that is a really good rye whiskey. And I got to make a Godfather with trail mix and a daiquiri with the mango rum. One of my glasses is gone. What to do with it? The mystery of the missing. Oh, and I also got this because I got 2 bottles of gin from Archie Rose. They said you can have a sample bottle as well, and so I got their single malt whiskey in a little. It's so cute. It's a baby bottle, so it's like it's a full-sized Archie Rose bottle, and that's a baby Archie Rose bottle. It's so cute. America. Where? Oh, I put it over there for some reason. Okay. Good on me. It is. Isn't it adorable? It's a cute little baby bottle. It's the baby bottle. Okay. Oh, you made the baby bottles? They're so cute. I think it's a long time since because I have had it before, but I think it's a long time since I've had the Archie Rose single malt. I have a couple of Archie Rose whiskies up there, a couple of gins, but not the single malt. Oh my god, oh my god, that smells so good. Okay, so you did the logistics for them, ordering the baby bottles and the baby labels. Nice. Oh wait, Dontron, are you a glass blower? That is cool. Glass blowing fascinates me. It's such an old art slash craft, whatever you want to call it, skill. It's incredible. Glass blowing's awesome. Man, that is such a nice aroma. Oh, it's a little bit spicy. Comes back at you a bit. Like literally it's like a little bit pepper as it goes down. It's one of those ones that tastes really different to how it smells. Whiskey distinctly crafted to highlight. Oh, rye malts. Yeah, okay, that would explain the spiciness. Matured predominantly in Australian sherry casks by Australia's most highly awarded distillery. Yeah, the rye malt would explain those spicy, peppery notes in there. Don, you remember the totally fucked up Friday. I keep toying um, with doing some pre-recorded videos again, but they'd be a bit more subdued. They'd be a bit more conversational. I just don't feel like doing the shouty stuff. I think I've done it. There's 16 years of it. And it was fun and I enjoyed it. I don't really want to do it anymore. That's okay. All right. Got to look at what's a classic rye whiskey recipe. Is the label blue or green? It's blue. It actually says single malt whiskey as well. But yeah, there's a little blue thing in there. It's so cute. Yes. Actually, Fireside Chat Friday has a ring to it. That's nicely done, Safa. Let me see. Difford's has a fun search thing on it. Cocktail Finder. Just going to go with what they say for rye whiskey, DVW whiskey. Rye whiskey, 100 proof. Oh, wow. Okay, I just clicked on the wrong thing. Take that again. Now, they're saying 100 proof, and I actually have higher than 100 proof. But I go with that. So what do they recommend for a high proof? A Brooklyn. Okay. Madura-ized old-fashioned Godfather. I think I've made that. Let's see what's in that. Yeah, they recommend making a Manhattan or a Manhattan variant with rye whiskey. A lot of people like that rye would be good in a Manhattan. Actually, that's what I might do with that. That in a Manhattan would probably be really good. What's in this Madura-ized old-fashioned? Oh, it's a blend of bourbon and rye and Scotch and amaretto. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I think I'll just do a Godfather. Might do a Manhattan. I'll do a Godfather with the Brix Trail mix because those flavors they felt like they'd go well with amaretto. This one I might just make an old fashioned with. Not necessarily all tonight because then I would be completely fucking asshole. Forget being Tim Smith. I would just be fucked. Hey, Heine, dropping in and out is fine, man. Safar, I have had black rye bread. Not for a while. There was a period where I quite liked it. Um, uh, don't know why I got into black bread. Maybe it had a. Well, she wasn't German. She was Australian, but her dad was German. Oh man. Okay, yeah, I'm not making any more videos tonight. I cannot be fucked. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna join Kirsten in a martini. I think. Get my freezer. Just get my freezer martini out, and then it will be time to top it up. And because I've got a new bottle of bone dry, so I'll be use up the old one. And put some of that in. Dontron, I should adopt everyone. Look, I can metaphorically adopt everyone, and I swear to God, although there was already a famous internet angry grandpa, uh, because my daughter is, now living with her boyfriend, and they seem pretty serious. I might be a grandpa sometime in the not too distant future. I haven't freaked her out by actually asking her what her plans are, but I reckon I couldn't really change angry Aussie to angry grandpa because there was a famous angry grandpa before. Change it to angry Aussie grandpa. I think I'd change the angry cocktail channel to cocktail grandpa. Um, just really lean into it. Like prior to COVID, I'd been dyeing my hair and beard all the time, and COVID, I was like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Growing the hair out, not coloring it, not coloring the beard. Nice. Be the lesbian mum for a minute. I've often thought, because I've seen in various pride marches it having a lot of impact, uh, a proud parent being there and basically having a sign saying, like, if your parents, rejected you, I'm your mum, I'm your dad now, come here and I'll tell you how proud I am of you. And that seems to have been really powerful for a lot of people. I'd be happy to be the proxy proud parent for anyone. But yeah. Safa, no, my cocktail channel is not monetized. I'm in no. See, I'm not in any rush to monetize it because I'm not going to give up my day job. There's like a 1 in a million chance the channel would grow to the point where I could um, give up my day job, and so I wouldn't want to have ads and stuff just to get a few dollars. As I've said many times, and I think this is actually a bingo square, all I want out of my cocktail channel is to get free shit. I see, Dontron, yeah, you've seen those stories as well. Yeah, and I've seen videos, and it's there's people for whom it means a lot to have a parent figure say, "You're incredible. I'm proud of you." So I would happily do that. Yeah. So I had been thinking, because one of the things you have to do to monetize a channel is to get a certain number of watch hours. And on the cocktail channel, unless it really explodes, unless it goes really big, probably the only way I'd get up the watch hours is if I did live streams on the cocktail channel. So I was thinking at some point I might do that, like rather than do all the streams on here, do some streams on the cocktail channel, and leave probably a video on here saying, hey, there's a link in the description. I'm doing a stream on the cocktail channel. You should come over there. Yes. Safa, I'm the internet dad. Or for some of the very young folk, the internet grandpa, I don't know. So Dontron, you saw someone the other day, guy giving free heads. I saw that. That was nice. Yes. Yeah. That was nice. I saw that one. And honestly, I'd probably have to say that about myself. I mean, growing up in a country town, I was fucked. I was so racist, so homophobic, uh, and by the standards of the town, not super racist or super homophobic, but I definitely was. And it was just getting out of this small town and seeing a bit more of the world and realizing uh, how small and narrow a lot of my thinking had been. And a lot of it was driven by people who were really accepting of me, because prepare yourself to be shocked. Uh, I was not uh, at all cool at school. I was a fucking loser. I had very bad social skills. I mean, I had friends, but I was not cool. No one who knew me at school is going to say I'm cool. No. Not even saying I'm cool now. I just mean I was kind of fucked up. Tommy, you came in at the wrong time. You don't want to be toxic. Okay. Doesn't want us to talk. Okay. Doesn't want us to talk about gay stuff. Okay. Fair enough. Yes, Safa, a lot of country towns, somewhat hostile environments for progressive people. Oh yeah, I see. Dontron, you grew up in the deep south, so you know what I'm talking about. It's just the default. It's the absolute default. Um, Safa, who would go as Hitler on Year 12 mock-up day? I can't conceive of that. Um, yeah, it's travel. Travel will there's that whole saying about travel broadens the mind, but it really does. It's not universal, but with most people, the more they travel, the more they come into contact with diverse people, the less bigoted they're going to be. It's kind of like, if you are at all open-minded and at all able to, think about things and reflect, uh, you start to realize, oh God, my attitudes came from not knowing other people, not having experienced other things. And most reasonable people tend to let go of their bigotries if they're exposed to a bit more diversity. Oh God, Heine coming in out of left field. Worst drag queen name, Adolf Glitter. Jesus, I haven't heard that one. Mind you, I did see a comedian on YouTube, and the stage persona, the stage name was Frank Zanazzi. So the surname was Zeni Zi. And the character was a cross between Frank Sinatra and Hitler. Like, he had a Hitler fringe sweep and mustache, and at a show like he was a lounge singer, like uh, Frank Sinatra, but he was Frank Zanazzi. And it was not hilarious. Like, the guy's out there taking some very big risks, and they don't all pay off. And yeah, he's talking about the other major political figures of World War II as the other members of the Rat Pack as well. But it's like, well, that's a thing you could do, man. That's a thing you could do. Oh, sorry, Tommy. See, this is okay. All right. Sorry, man. I didn't know what had upset you. This is and this thing, random things, and particularly when it's anniversaries of things, can be very upsetting. Stuff that a person and I thought I was being fairly innocent, but I completely get you, man. Bringing up reminders of traumatic things. That's oh my god, the world is complicated. God damn. And I haven't seen it. I know the movie you're talking about, Don Tron. I haven't seen it, and I've heard it's quite good. Hitler comes back to modern day Germany, becomes a late night talk show host. Yeah. Safa Young is angry. He's 25 now. So yeah, her boyfriend's a little younger. Oh man, that monster's yummy. We talked about, I say Don, Lost the Man Who Raged in 2011. It's an interesting thing. What you made me think of, I saw a thing, an interesting description of loss, trauma, tragedy, and this is not going to be true for everyone, but I thought it was a good analogy that's probably something that a lot of people can identify as, like, when something terrible happens to you, in the immediate aftermath, it's everything. It's a terrible thing. And they had this analogy. It was like a box with a ball in it. And when the bad thing happens, the box is almost the same size as the ball. It's like you're in there and it's just everything, and you can't get away from the trauma and pain. You're feeling it all the time. As time goes by, the ball tends to shrink and it bounces around the box and it gets progressively smaller. So as it gets smaller, it's bouncing around more and it's more likely to miss you. You're more likely to not feel that really profound pain or sadness. But every now and then, just because of the random way the ball is bouncing, even if it's gotten really small, sometimes it will hit you and the pain will be the same as the pain of when the event happened. And that's normal. And I thought that was a really good metaphor. It was a really good description of, like, profound pain, sorrow, trauma, in that time tends to help, but it doesn't go away, and something can bring it back. Or even nothing can just make you remember it, and it can hit you like the day when it first happened. So, oh gosh, humans, what are we even? I'm going to fill in another bingo square, not that anyone's playing bingo tonight, bringing up the Blind Boy podcast, and I'll probably paraphrase him badly because he's actually quite good at phrasing it. But he's basically saying we can get this mindset where we don't want to suffer pain, we don't want to suffer sadness, but it's unavoidable. Suffering is an unavoidable part of existence. Greater or lesser suffering happens, and we can't control, or we have limited control over when it happens. So we can't. Wishing for a life free of pain or trauma or sadness is pointless, because no one has a life free of pain and suffering, because that's just existence. It's how we relate to that suffering, how we relate to that trauma, that dictates our lives. So, and he's really into a form of therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy, which doesn't work for everyone, and he's quite open about that. But for people for whom it works really well. And a central premises of it is you can't control what happens to you. All you can control is how you respond to that. And that's not true in all cases, because sometimes, because of your mental state and because of the scale of what happens, you can't actually control how you respond to it. Oh, thanks, Dontron. I'm just going to put that on screen because that's really flattering. And I'm just going to revel in that. But, and I know you haven't been on these streams regularly, but you've probably heard me say it, that I started doing these streams very early on in COVID because it was like, this is bad. This is emotionally traumatizing for pretty much all of us. I think we need to just hang out. We need to hang out and provide each other with positive moral support, because this seems fucked up, what we're going through. And 3 years later, yeah, no, it's still kind of screwed. We're in some kind of version of normalcy now, but we could lose that at any moment. I don't like to think about it too much, but a particularly virulent and deadly variant of COVID could fucking come out any day. Any day. It's not good. So yeah. Music creator doing the trams. Oh God, replacement buses suck so hard. So I've been getting the tram to work because of level crossing removal works. There are rail replacement buses that would take me to another train station. And it's like, fuck buses, man. Safa, yes, that's the thing. We've all pretended that COVID's not happening, but it is. Oh God, that was okay. Dontron, monkeypox was actually really interesting. It had the potential to be bad, not really COVID bad, because it required intimate contact. It didn't necessarily require sexual activity to transmit monkeypox, although that was where a lot of the transmission was happening. But yet, transmitting monkeypox required much more intimate interaction than COVID did. Mind you, if you ever just want to be worried, look into what epidemiologists are worried about. And it's basically, I think one way up high on their list is an avian flu variant. Oh yeah, actually, that's barely an exaggeration. You're right, Dontron. You're treating it like airborne Ebola. Mind you, actually, Ebola still scares the shit out of people. Safa, really? I couldn't tell. You're very keen to say fuck everything tonight, which, honestly, I'm on board with. I'm on board with that. But oh no, I haven't read Hot Zone. Is that the book that inspired that Dustin Hoffman movie? I'm trying to remember what it was called. It's not Contagion. That's the flu one that has Matt Damon in it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it did. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hot Zone inspired that movie with Dustin Hoffman. But yeah, no, Ebola is. Thank you. That's it, Dr. Abigail. Outbreak. The Dustin Hoffman one was called Outbreak, which was a bit sort of fantastical in Hollywood. Contagion is far scarier because it's far more realistic. Yeah, no, Contagion is ooh, because it's and like so where does it come from? It's like they eventually show you bats have this disease and there's bats roosting in the roof of a pig farm in China, and some of them die and fall down in the thing, and the pigs eat them. So then the pigs are infected with it, and the pigs are food, and humans eat the infected meat, and that's where it goes from. Uh, and so it's a flu type illness that's as at least as communicable as COVID and more deadly than the 1918 flu. So it just fucking kills a lot of people really quickly. So yeah. So Don Richard Preston wrote Hot Zone, worked for the army. All right, the Marburg plane of. I remember reading an extract from Hot Zone as a thing like there was some infected monkeys in a zoo in America, or a belief there were some infected monkeys, and the way they were describing it, they had to go in and they were like trying to um they're in this almost completely dark enclosure trying to catch the monkey while like being paranoid they were going to get bitten by yeah, that's it, the Reston Monkey House. And they were really paranoid they were going to get bitten, and it sounded terrifying. Sounded absolutely terrifying. Jesus. Safa, I don't really know the origins of the 1918 flu. I don't know if it came from the trenches, but it killed more people than World War One did, and that was a whole fucking thing. Safa, I think, again, your spelling's gone a bit off there, but that's what Dontron asked me when he first came in, what I thought about that thing. So yeah, a medical supply company provided test monkeys for researchers. Oofed. Yeah, I just remember reading this extract of when they were in the monkey enclosure, and it just sounded terrifying, and they were terrified. Tommy, well, look, man, I'm glad it helped. Oh, mate, love you too, mate. And yeah, look, heart goes out to you. It's absolutely surreal. It's like, because I genuinely thought what I was saying was kind of wholesome and good, but because of what you're experiencing and what's fresh in your mind, of course, it was bad. And Jesus Christ, it's so easy to fucking put your foot in it in this world. Safa, I love the 12 Monkeys movie, actually. Oh, actually, Dr. Abigail, I didn't know that. There was a mini-series about that monkey house. Okay. That sounds cool. I think the movie 12 Monkeys, I mean, Bruce Willis is really good at it. I think it's one of Brad Pitt's best bits of acting, because what I think he does really well, there's scenes in a very bad, shitty, primitive mental health facility in New York, and Brad Pitt's character's in there, and Bruce Willis's character is in there, and you see, and because it jumps time a little bit, the movie, but Brad Pitt's character, I think from memory, comes from a really rich family and whatnot, and the family were worried about him, and they had him in this institution, which is a very shitty looking institution, and he has really quite severe and profound mental health issues. But where I think Brad Pitt did really well in that, to me, he came across as he's not being an actor going, oh, I'm a crazy person. He came across as a person with really severe mental health problems who is struggling desperately to try and convince people he doesn't have mental health problems, which is, of course, what this character would be doing because they want to be released from the institution. So they're not going to act crazy, chew the scenery, climb the walls. They're going to be trying to control things that they have very poor control of. And I don't know if I explained that very well at all, but it's one of my favorite bits of Brad Pitt acting, honestly. Oh, yeah, you know the movie Dontron. Yeah. And I think he just does a really good job of not going, woo, I'm crazy. It's just of this person who it's a constant struggle for them to control their extreme impulses. And it's just like, ugh. I haven't watched the entire TV show, Safa. I did watch a couple of episodes of it. And I heard some good stuff about it, but I never stuck with it. So yeah. It was 1984 and 12 Monkeys. I don't know what that sentence means. So, but yeah, I've seen the movie a couple of times. I think it's very good. I'm a bit of a Bruce Willis fan, bit of a Brad Pitt fan. And it's generally pretty good. And I'm a Terry Gilliam fan, the director. It's just the weirdness of the future world in that, and everyone living underground and is all fucked up. And it just has the one killer line where these people are telling Bruce Willis's character they're going to send him on this mission that he has to volunteer for, and he's going to I think he says something like, "What if I don't want to?" And one of these people who are in control goes, "Not to volunteer would be a big mistake," which is, of course, a very weird version of volunteering where you are clearly being threatened that if you don't volunteer, there will be repercussions. So it's a very weird version of volunteering. But yes. I'll say so. So for Dontron was the year 1984. You mean when it was released? I don't know that they say a year. Okay, but we're on the internet. What year is 12 Monkeys set in? I don't know that it's set in a particular... Oh, it's set in... Okay, so the future world, post global devastating plague, is 2043. There you go. So the future stuff is set in 2043. And then the bits where he's in our world is set when the movie was released. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so the movie came out in 95. So it's set in 2043 and in the 90s. It's like people also asked, is 12 Monkeys based on a true story? Shut the fuck up, you idiot. Time traveling guy from a future world devastated by plague. Is that real? Shut the fuck up. Of course it's not fucking real. Oh no. Safa, the Melbourne Storm losing to the Panthers at Marvel Stadium. Is it still Marvel Stadium? That stadium changes so much. Sports ball. Nicely done, Dr. Abigail, to bring it back to your lack of Taylor Swift tickets again. I mean, as you say, if you take into account multiverse theory, there are infinite universes where you did get Taylor Swift tickets. So there had to be at least one multiverse where you didn't get Taylor Swift tickets. And sadly, you're apparently in it. No, I know that I know that it's genuinely upsetting for you. Oh, yeah. The thing about David Tennant being the Doctor and thing, I thought that was just going to be a one-off or half a special, but apparently there's 3 specials that are coming out this year where David Tennant is the Doctor. We don't get Shruti Gatwa till the end of the year. Oh God, I'm so looking forward to Shruti Gatwa as the Doctor. I hope he's camp as fuck, because some of the publicity pictures they released of him of different costumes, he's like got this whole 60s vibe happening, and he's stylish as fuck. I also want him to be camp as fuck because I want him to upset the idiots. Dontron, I also really liked Eccleston. I thought he was a good Doctor. I thought he was a good transition of he's the Doctor who's come through the Time War. And so he's just super fucked up by what he had to do in the Time War. And then David Tennant was cool and fun. Matt Smith, I loved because, like, most of the time he was very childlike, but occasionally he would get hard as nails. And the way he could flip that, the way he could flip from his childlike whimsy to absolutely just hard and brutal, that was really good. And, you know, I liked old Doctor because I just empathize with him. So, and I thought Jodie Whittaker was really good. I'm not as down. Like, you get a lot of people who hate the showrunner, Chris Chibnall and whatnot. It's like, and yeah, there were flaws in those shows and whatnot, but I just had fun with it. And I thought she was quite good. And they did some really interesting stuff with her companions. Like, had an old guy as a companion. The companions weren't all young and sexy. So I thought that was one of the better things of the Jodie Whittaker thing, is they did more interesting things with the companions. Peter Capaldi, I was having so much trouble remembering his name, but I like Peter Capaldi because, hey, old guy being the Doctor. Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. I see. Dontron, when you said Tom Baker, good Doctor, he was my Doctor. He was the one I grew up with. Seems like an awful person. I go, what do you mean? Because he abandoned his family? Yes, he abandoned his family. He just decided his family were getting in the way of his career, and he just fucking abandoned them. Not good. That's not good. But yes, he was the Doctor I grew up with. And he was the Doctor for such a long time, like twice as long as other people. And just loved him as the Doctor. He was the Doctor when I really got into Doctor Who as a kid. Ah, damn. All right. So I finished that. Oh, I was going to promise myself I was going to get a martini. I probably also should take a toilet break. We're 2 hours in. And I've had a few things to drink. I might have a toilet. I might go get myself more ice and more non-alcoholic beverage, some sody water, and get my freezer martini, I think. And I might bring back. All right. All right. This ice hasn't melted that much. That's interesting. That is a bit. Might make an old fashioned. Water. Okay, so oh wow, the 90s movie with Paul McGann in it. That could have been good. It wasn't, but it could have been good. There was potential there, but I love how they brought Paul McGann back for the anniversary stuff. Not in like the main thing, in the extra stuff. Like, I've got it on disc. I've got the anniversary stuff on disc. And Paul McGann's bit in the lead into the Time War, really good. Right. So I'm going to go out and get stuff, have a toilet break. Should maybe put Zombie Apocalypse AIDSy on to fill in a couple of minutes while I'm out. Do. There we go. Stop that. All right. So I'll let Zombie Apocalypse AIDSy look after things. Oh, no. I could just leave Chicken in charge and play elevator music. I feel okay. That was a very, very big call. And because Chicken in charge has not really got their due. Where did I put that bottle? There it is. Well, maybe I'll just put elevator music and Chicken in charge in. I can't help but same again with a dubbo accent. I've got a dubbo accent. And, you know, the TARDIS loses rooms occasionally. Can deal with it. Trying to get Chicken to face in a bit. There you go. Chicken in charge. I'll put some elevator music on. This is called Feeding the Ducks, even though it's a chicken in charge. But we'll leave Chicken in charge for a couple of minutes while I do stuff. Is Chicken keeping you all in line? I just forgot something, so I'll be back in a bit. Forgot. All right, chicken. My God. Elevator music off. There we go. I'm back. Oh, see, Heine's just discovering there's alcoholic apple cider. Well, see, Heine, if you can buy it in a supermarket, it's not alcoholic. If you buy it from Dan Murphy's, it's probably alcoholic, although they probably sell some non-alcoholic ones as well. Strongbow, alcoholic. Oh, actually, fun random fact: there is an American apple brandy known as Applejack, and it's so called by the method it used to be produced, which is known as jacking. And still that it's areas where they made apple cider, and like in the north of the US, where it gets very cold in winter, they leave the barrels outside, and it would start to freeze. And alcohol freezes last. Alcohol needs a very low temperature to freeze. So what would happen? Apple cider, which is comparatively low alcohol content, the water elements of it would start to freeze, and the stuff that was staying liquid was higher and higher alcohol concentration. And then they drill a hole in it and drain this more concentrated alcohol out, and that was known as Applejack. It's basically a very rudimentary sort of apple brandy. The danger is doing that can poison you. So that's not how Applejack's made now. Applejack is a distilled apple brandy, but that's how it used to be made, and it's actually really dangerous. So yeah, but I've heard of it as an idea to even do it with fruit juice. Slowly freeze some fruit juice, and the bit in the middle that's the last bit to freeze will be the more concentrated fruit juice flavor. It's not going to be alcoholic as an alcohol, but you get a more concentrated sort of fruit juice flavor. But we need to try that somewhere. Anyway, freeze a martini. Put orange peel in there. So Safi, you were asking, no, if something's called cider, it's not Applejack. Applejack is a spirit. It's a brandy. That 7 apples cider that we get at Dan's, that's apple cider. That's a brewed drink made from apple juice. Laura, hello. How are you? Oh God, Dontron, you've drunk prison wine. Oh no, aka Pruno. Oh, that's some bad stuff. I'm going to put a fresh bit of orange peel in here. Yes, so roughly, Safa, apple cider is brewed like beer, but the base is apple juice, and the alcohol content is usually going to be somewhere between 3 and 8%, can be higher. Applejack is a distilled brandy based around apple juice, and the alcohol content's going to be 40% and up. Oh, nice. Anniversary 2 for Laura on getting HRT. It's worth marking. Yes, Dontron, because the applejacking process was uncontrolled, you could get botulism or other things. But I think it's also you get distilling, you have to be very careful that you're getting ethyl alcohol, not methyl alcohol, because methyl alcohol is poisonous. I mean, ethyl alcohol is poisonous from a certain perspective as well, but not so much as methyl alcohol. When you're concentrating alcohol, if you don't do it properly, if you don't do it carefully, you are essentially making a poison. And hey, Liam, how you doing? Anyway, freeze a martini. Oh, yum. That's really good. Yeah. Oh my God. So now the bottle's half empty. I'm going to have to top it up. Good opportunity to use up some of my bone dry gin. Oh, I actually agree with you. I think DeSantis is worse than Trump. DeSantis is. What's the difference? I feel like Trump's just all ego and has very poor contact with reality outside of his tiny little bubble. Whereas uh, DeSantis is very conscious of how evil and unhinged the shit he's saying and doing is. I miss that, but I'm not that surprised that he's promised to dissolve all the federal agencies, the IRS, the FBI. It's just like, yeah, dude, fuck yeah, why not? Um, Jesus. Yes. Are we witnessing the last days of the American Empire? I don't know. Kind of fucking feels like it though. Um, so god damn. What is with the world these days with just stuff happening all the time. Oh my god, that's so fucking yummy. Ooh, that's a at the moment it's a very full-bodied martini, which I'm really enjoying. Oh, sorry, so asking Laura the question about British v English. Oh god, there's the whole thing of the different circles of Britain, England, UK, British Isles. It's complicated. Yeah, well, Safa, fortunately, the Russian mutiny didn't really seem to be much in the end. It's very weird. It's like it's not all over. From the outside, it's kind of impossible to know the real impact of all these various things. But who knows? Ugh. Liam, I am going fairly well. I'm chilling on a Friday night. So I don't want to make any more of my cocktail videos, which means I'll make them tomorrow night. I'm probably going to do a stream tomorrow night, although not necessarily. Tomorrow night's a bit up in the air. But I've got a couple in the bank, as they say, so I don't have to rush to do any more. But I think if I do some more, I'll be even further ahead. But we shall see. Definitely got to do a freedom shot for 4th of July. I already basically know what I want to do. Yes, by all means, Laura, you want to come on and explain the English-British thing. I'd rather you do it than me attempt to do it, quite honestly. Dontron is yeah, but it's like who would replace Putin's made it really hard to replace him. And he's sort of played up to the military and he's done all this hardline shit. So all the people who are most likely to be a threat to him seem to be on his side. I don't know. Anyway, all right. That's the linky link for Angry Bunch, Angry Bunch. Mm. Man, that orange peel in there is really good. I usually put lemon peel in a martini, but just because I had the orange here, I thought I'd put some fresh orange peel in there. Let me see. All right. Laura, you're going to explain the difference between British and English to us.
Well, I don't know if I can explain it all, but I can only really give my perspective on things
Yeah.
because I describe myself as British and not English.
Yeah.
But that's just me being weird.
Yeah.
So what happened was my parents were in the Air Force, and I was born on at a military hospital at a military base, and so it's like it's no man's land. It's owned by the government. It's owned by the British government.
Yeah.
So although it's in England, it's a bit like it would be like being born on at the American embassy. You know, you would have dual nationality effectively because you were born
Yeah.
on American soil.
Yeah.
So, um, my way of thinking about it is that that's owned by the British, so therefore I'm not exactly English, but I am British.
Yep. I actually looked up the technical definition because we have the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and England. So the
Great Britain.
United Kingdom is the country, the full name of which is the Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So
Yeah.
the United Kingdom is the whole big island and Northern Ireland. Now, Great Britain is the island, the big island, and then England is part of the big island. The big island is actually made up of England, Scotland, and Wales.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. So England is a subset of Great Britain, is a subset of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's it. But
So
like I
yeah,
say,
there you go.
my way, I just think myself as British because I was born on military property, the government property.
Yeah.
And so really, I'm just trying to make myself sound interesting when really I'm not.
That's good. But as Dontron points out, that's also John McCain. He was born on an overseas American military base, which under US law makes him a US citizen. But a few people flagged that as when he was running for president, he might not meet the constitutional definition of who can run for president. And Kirsten, chores finished. Martini reward acquired. I have also, although I did not do any chores, I declared myself Martini reward deserving.
Do you want to hear a really funny fun thing?
Mm-hmm.
Boris Johnson could be the United States president because he was born in America.
There you go. I'm not sure if there's a problem, like, because if he changed citizenship, I'm not sure if that affects things, but
He renounced his citizenship, his American citizenship.
yeah.
So he
Because
could.
the thing in the Constitution says something about to be president, you have to be a natural born US citizen, which means born on US territory.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But don't forget, there was that. There was that amendment where that was changed, and that's the reason why Arnold Schwarzenegger became president.
there was a period in like the 90s where there was serious talk about an amendment specifically to allow Schwarzenegger to run for president. That was a thing for a while.
The irony of it is, I was actually making a movie joke because that's Demolition Man.
Yeah. But that's why the joke was in Demolition Man, because there were people who were seriously talking about it.
Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know that.
No, they literally were, because he was so popular, because he declared himself to be a Republican, and he was so popular with Republicans. And people realized if he stood for election for any office, he's in. Like when he just went, I'm going to be California governor, bang. There was never any doubt he was going to win. if he was constitutionally able to run for president, not so much now, but in the 90s and in the noughties, he would have just walked it in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I
yeah.
actually I typed it in, and uh, you were talking about Republicans and DeSantis and everything. If you look at the Republican platform, it all seems to be hate based. Gonna a war on woke, and
Yeah.
hating the immigrants, and
Yeah.
building the wall,
Yeah.
and hating trans people, and it's I don't think I've actually seen anything promoting anything. It's all
Yeah.
deep negative stuff.
Yeah. No, it's all this culture war bullshit, validating bigotry and whatnot. I saw a meme once, and I've found it hilarious. Someone says, "I'm being persecuted just because I'm a conservative," and someone goes, "Oh, are you being persecuted because of your beliefs on tax policy?" And they go, "No." What is it? What is your position that people? And because the position, when they say conservative, they mean bigoted. And hello, Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
How you
I
doing?
am forlorn
I know you are.
and
Yeah.
broken-hearted, and no one is allowed to have fun tonight until midnight.
All right.
And
So it
and
comes fun
that's
again after
not
midnight.
that's not just because that's the name of Taylor Swift's latest album, although
because it's your birthday.
it's because it's my birthday tomorrow.
But hang
Yeah.
on, it's only like 1:15 in the afternoon. I gotta wait,
Yeah.
11 hours.
Yeah, for you it's
Well-
11 hours, Laura, till it's Dr. Abigail's
Yeah,
birthday.
well, that's come here and it'll be earlier for you.
Ironically, by the time I get
Anyway,
it, it'll be the day after.
yeah. So yes, I am forlorn and sad.
Why?
Yeah, no, that's not good.
What you
So-
said?
Because Taylor Swift tickets went on sale today for a concert that's on in February next year here in Melbourne,
And you missed it.
and I missed out.
Oh,
Yes.
It's pretty tough.
I know.
But
I
of course,
spent-
if she's
I
your
spent-
secret wife. She'll come and see you.
I know, right? I know. I should just. Look. I told her I don't want to have special treatment, but now I kind of want to have special treatment. So I think I'll just get on the line and well, yeah,
Yeah,
Get
and
that-
just say,
get the
take
tic-
pay,
get the-
pay.
yeah.
are there any resale ticket things where you can be charged like
There will be
price?
in September. Early September is when resale officially starts through the Ticketek website or a third party Ticketek thing.
Yeah.
Scalping is completely illegal.
Doesn't mean
But
people
they
won't
have-
do it, but it is illegal.
No, they are available. But if you get caught, Ticketek reserves the right to completely cancel the ticket
Yeah.
without giving any reason.
Yeah. Yeah. So you may have missed it,
yeah.
Laura, but I did mention earlier the state government invoked a law where they declared the Taylor Swift concert to be a major event. And there's legislation that says once something is a major event, you cannot resell tickets for more than 110% of their face value. So you can only mark it up by 10%,
Yeah.
which makes it uneconomical for scalpers. So it's interesting.
Maybe you'll be
Yeah.
lucky, Abigail. Maybe you'll be lucky.
Maybe. So yeah, I spent 5.5 hours staring at a waiting screen today,
Yeah. Oh my
which
god.
updated every 10 seconds. And I had it
Why-
on two
yeah.
monitors.
Yeah.
Had it on two monitors. And yeah, it was nerve-wracking, and then it was depressing. And
I
then
love
it was very
Lobstars
sad.
who says they'd only make scalping illegal if the official ticket brokers don't get a cut. I'm not bitter. That's honestly, again, if the powers that be were the ones again, seriously, if like Tiki Tech could go like, okay, all scalping has to go through our website and we get a cut of it, they'd be fine if someone was marking something up 500% if they got their cut. They'd bang up for it because they are soulless monsters.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of when Eurovision happened, and it was like 90 seconds from open to business to sold out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a few things that have been like that. It's just like everyone's up for it.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
stop trying to make Safa's been drinking cider all night. Stop trying to make sense of anything Safa puts in there.
Yeah.
He's just having a wild old time.
It has nothing to do with my connection. My connection was solid.
Yeah.
It was the fact that there was literally over 4 million people trying to buy 250,000 tickets.
Yeah.
And some people managed to buy way more than just one ticket. It's like I heard people who just bought on general sales bought like like 2 tickets to every single show, like 3 shows in Melbourne, 3 shows in Sydney, which is fucked. And there were no queues. It was a lottery.
Yes.
It was just when you're on in the waiting lobby on the website, it's not a queue. It's just completely random. It's so fucked.
Fucked. I also love that Lobstar just managed to bring in NFTs into the conversation.
Yeah.
I did see someone, and I think they stand a good chance of being right because we're in the midst of bizarre AI hype at the moment. And I think, because Dr. Abigail, it's one of your areas of expertise, and I think genuinely impressive and amazing things are going to be done in that area. But there is to my mind, obviously definite, complete fucking bullshit being spouted as well. And I love that someone said, you know how I know the AI hype bubble is absolute bullshit? It's being pushed by the same people who pushed crypto and NFTs. And that was a fucking lie. And this is a fucking lie too. And I was just like, honestly, that's hard to fault that logic. That's
Yeah, but I'm also really worried about the fact that the people who will use it the most are evil,
and they will use it badly. Yes, they will use
corporate
it badly.
evil, like capitalism, are going to use it.
Yeah.
And I remember sharing a Twitter thread about, like, in like a few years' time, the hellscape that we will be living in.
Yeah.
The predictions that this guy made in this Twitter thread about it. And it's just it's gonna be just awful.
Yeah. Can I just throw in a random? I don't know if Heine's still watching. I know he's doing stuff in and out. Last night I was complaining about this old thing. It's the waterproof case for my old thing, and I could see where you were obviously meant to push this thing up to open it, and I couldn't make it happen. Heine posted a thing on the Discord, and it's like you put a thing in there and lever it. I just did it, and it opened in a flash. Last night I was pushing on it going, this doesn't work. This sucks.
Yeah, but last night you were like 3 sheets to the wind. So.
Possibly. But, okay, now, I'm even just looking at it. I think my newer GoPro is a completely different size to the old one. It doesn't fit. Okay. All right, cool. But my old GoPro is in a box somewhere. I literally it came with this kit, like the underwater. No, I don't go scuba diving, but maybe I will one day. That's a whole thing. Port Phillip Bay.
If you haven't gone scuba diving by now, you may never go.
I know, because I'm old and stuff. But
I still want to go skydiving.
I don't. Okay, in the abstract, free falling is fucking wicked. When I see this stuff of people free falling for thousands of meters, it's incredible. I love the vision of just free falling for thousands of meters. It's incredible, but it's scary AF.
Nah, it's not scary. It's not.
What's that thing coming up at me? It's big and round.
What's the
I think I'll call
opposite?
It round.
What's see? I'm the bowl of petunias, petunias, where you're the whale.
Yeah.
I'm. What's the name when you have the opposite of a fear of heights? That's me. I'm the idiot who forgets to put their parachute on before they jump out of the plane in anticipation.
Oh, but I mean, honestly, that was a different payoff. That payoff of the bowl of petunias, oh no, not again, didn't happen for another book or so. When it turned out,
I forget what that what that was.
Arthur Dent was doing stuff. Arthur Dent kept doing stuff that killed someone, and then they would reincarnate, and Arthur Dent would kill them again. And it happened in all these different ways, and it was such a payoff. And then you found out when this person, after Arthur Dent had killed them, because it happened so many times, they became conscious of Arthur Dent keeps killing me. I don't want to be killed again. I refuse to be reincarnated. So he was taken off the karmic cycle. But when Arthur hit the infinite improbability drive, it wrenched this guy's soul back, and it was into the bowl of petunias. And it's hilarious because it got paid off like a book or two later. You never know.
What's the bet he wrote that in, just not knowing what the payoff would be, but knowing that he would pay it off.
Oh, 50-50.
Sometime lately.
It's 50-50. He already knew what he was going to do with it. And 50-50 is like, I'll work it out later. Because in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, when, oddly enough, the only thing that went through the bowl of petunias' mind was, oh, no, not again. Philosophers has said, we would know much more about the universe if we understood why the bowl of petunias thought that. And you could have left it and never paid that off. And it could just be, why did the bowl of petunias think, not again?
Weird shit that, Douglas Adams writes.
Yeah. And it also, Kirsten has an interesting, exciting thing tomorrow. Going to post it in the Discord.
Exciting. Have you had a chance to watch Secret War?
I have watched the first episode, yes.
I've watched the second. It's just as exciting as the first.
Okay.
This is my excited face.
Right.
It's kind of not taking me.
Okay. It didn't take Mrs. Angry. We watched the first episode and I said, do you want to watch any more of that? And she's like,
Yeah. I started watching The Power. And after you mentioned
The Power. I've watched the whole season. I like it.
I've watched the first 4 episodes, and I reckon, I like it, but I reckon the first 3 episodes could have been 1 episode. It was so slow, and I was just like, come on,
no,
get to the point.
I get what you're saying.
And
it
then the
does
fourth episode,
accelerate
it's like,
from that point on because they've
yeah, I
established.
can see.
They are establishing a bunch of different characters.
Yeah,
The English girl.
see, I prefer the Isaac Asimov school of character development,
Mhm.
personally. Just give him a name, shove him in the story. That's done. What more do you need?
Sorry,
Personality.
from the chat.
Jeez.
Sorry, Dontron. Yeah, dude, don't give away your precise location. I know
Yeah.
various people with good intentions sometimes say things. Where are you? And you don't have to answer. Just say, yeah, North Carolina. That's or North. You're in North Georgia. So and Lobster. You're in. Okay, that's why I got confused. Dontron's in North Georgia. You're both in the South. Lobster. Yeah. Don't feel compelled to.
Yeah.
And that's why I just say I'm in Melbourne. Sometimes I say Caulfield because I don't actually live in Caulfield, but it's the vague general area where I live.
Also, Safa often asks lots of questions. Safa will just shotgun questions into the chat.
Yeah.
And sometimes they get answered and sometimes they don't. And sometimes
it's
like
it's
there's a line for some people and there's a line for other people, and you know, he means well.
Yeah.
But
and also tonight's been Safa's been shotgunning cider all night from the south side.
Yeah.
So I also feel like our bro there's not going to mind if you don't go for anything he said.
If you just say, I'd prefer not to say, Safa's just going to say, oh, okay, and move on. Yeah, like this comment, fair enough. So
yeah, and actually, honestly, I'm with you, Lobster. The narrative is like Sam Jackson. Again, he does. It's a cliche to talk about how much Sam Jackson commands the screen when he's on it, but Sam Jackson controls the screen when he's on it. He really does. There was a couple There were a couple of things in the first episode, and I won't even give anything away. But there were a couple of stuff where I was going like, they telegraphed that a mile off. It was pretty obvious that was going to happen.
And so I watched the latest episode of Strange New Worlds last night.
I haven't watched that. That's the third one?
The third one.
I haven't watched it yet.
And it's a departure, I got to tell you. It's a serious departure, and it's good. Like the final act is just it had me in tears.
Yeah, okay.
But it's a good start. It's a good episode of Star Trek. It just
they are doing
nails
good work on Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, damn, it's good.
I just watched the Enterprise series again. I haven't watched that.
Okay.
Oh, cool. That's good. I enjoyed.
That had some good
Enterprise.
stuff in it. Enterprise had some good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it got canned too early because short-sighted management.
Three, and that final, the series finale, was just such a kick in the guts.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was just.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's like 10 years.
Yeah. So, sorry, Dr. Abigail, you know it better than me, but correct me if I'm wrong. I really enjoyed Enterprise's Shadow Universe episodes. Like,
yeah, it was a double. Yeah.
The fascist Earth control thing. But is it my imagination, or like they didn't resolve it at all? It was just like, hey, for shits and giggles, we're doing a couple alternate reality episodes, and
so no, there was a resolution. Like, it was a two-parter.
Yeah,
and it had ups and downs. It had moments, but there was a clear resolution at the end.
But there was no kind of connection to the mainline universe.
Oh, there was a connection to the original series. They discover the USS Defiant from the original series
Yeah.
that fell through a distortion. I don't remember the episode.
Yeah.
It was a Constitution class starship that the Tholians had captured.
Oh, right.
I found
And
that
then
an interesting story.
and then the crew of the ISS Enterprise captured it off the Tholians
Yeah.
and used it to take over the Empire because it was this
Yeah.
hyper, like old, like futuristic advanced starship
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the future and
Yeah.
another timeline.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I loved it, but I felt like it was just a couple episodes and then we forget about it. I don't know.
it was a good departure, but it was just 2 episodes. I don't think it needed to be more than that.
Yeah. It's the same as in Disco. I really enjoyed the Shadow Universe stuff in Disco.
That was the whole of season 1 was about the mirror universe.
Yeah.
So, like
Mirror
with
Universe.
Lorca
That's the better way of putting it than
yeah,
because in the original series it was called Mirror Mirror. Yeah.
which is a reference to Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. And the goatee, that's how you can tell someone's evil. They have a goatee.
Yes.
One of the other amusing ones in there was the creating Klingon mutants,
yes.
which got rid of the forehead.
Klingons. Yeah, I really liked that arc.
Yeah, because it was kind of funny.
Yes.
It's like, okay, how did you manage to do that? So
Mm-hmm.
it was quite funny, and ultimately they turned off the genes for the augments, but anybody who'd been hit by the virus, which includes Core and the Klingons that we saw in the series, meant that that's the reason why they have flat foreheads and they're just painted a bit brown. And wear
they
sashi.
wanted to make an in-canon reason why original series Klingons looked like humans
with brown face makeup.
Yeah, it was quite funny.
It was
just let it go. It's just like I think they've done a pretty good job in Strange New Worlds of having realistic looking tech and having stuff that is a callback to original series tech.
Yeah, I think we all know that the original series basically had no budget.
Yeah.
And we're willing to let it go at this point. It's been 50 years now. We're cool.
Mind you, I love how they've decided, like in the Disney Plus Star Wars series, like, no, these worlds are going to have that shitty 70s sci-fi tech in it, and you just got to run with it. It's like, okay, so you've got interstellar hyperdrive and lasers, but you have worse tech than we have in the 21st century.
Well, they did that in those episodes you were talking about in the Mirror Universe Enterprise episodes.
Yeah.
And they did it well, just like in the Disney Star Wars TV shows.
And I think
which is awesome.
Particularly in Andor, but generally in the Disney Star Wars series. It's just like, all the hardware is extremely reminiscent of original trilogy Star Wars. But they're just gone, you know what? Their technology just developed differently. Like, so they have interstellar hyperdrive and lasers and whatnot, but a lot of the physical tech people use seems very bulky to us because our technology has developed differently to theirs. And I think it works. I think they do it really good.
One of the things that I like about the Star Wars stuff is how it isn't sci-fi, whereas Star Trek is sci-fi. It's more fantasy because stuff just happens. They don't have to worry about what's the gravity like on another planet, or some some techno babble thing to explain away issues. It's just like, yeah, you don't have to worry about like burning up on an atmosphere because let's just ignore that. You just fly down to a planet.
All I'm thinking now is somehow the Emperor returned, and just like,
Oh.
Well,
that sucks. So
let's
much.
not forget in that alternate universe in Enterprise, it was an Empress who came to power.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But it's kind of like okay. While we're talking about sci-fi,
I've got
the reboot of Battlestar Galactica, where their fighters had all those little attitude thrusters. That was really clever. Like, because the original one just had these back thrusters. Like, for fuck's sake, all that's going to do is point you in a straight line. And in that reboot, they all had those little attitude thrusters to adjust all the angles. Very, 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 very clever stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I posted this on the favorite videos last night.
The Discord. Yes, I saw that.
In the Discord. The map of tiny perfect things. I watched this last night.
Yeah.
It was surprisingly good. It's a teen sci-fi rom-com. It apparently
same day over and over or whatever.
Same day over and over. Time loop rom-coms are a genre now.
There are a few of them.
Groundhog Day movies are a genre now.
Yeah.
But this one was the last act was surprisingly subversive in the best way possible.
Yeah.
And it was awesome, and I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it.
That's been out for a few years, and
it came out in 2021. Yes.
Yeah, I watched it when it was new. I'm pretty sure I did enjoy it. Mm-hmm. I honestly don't specifically remember the resolution. It's like I've watched too many things in the last couple of years.
Well, I won't spoil it.
Yeah.
Because luckily, I not only had never heard of it, but I obviously had never heard of the resolution and the twist at the end, and I was pleasantly surprised.
Nice.
And it made me want to watch Palm Springs again.
I enjoyed Palm Springs. That was fun.
Palm Springs was so good.
That was funny. Yes.
Speaking about pleasant things, thought you might be interested to know, Abigail. On the 25th, so 5 days ago, was my 2-year anniversary of getting AT&T.
Cool. Congrats. Does this involve me getting Taylor Swift tickets in some way?
No.
Well, it is my birthday tomorrow. But congrats.
Yeah. Sorry. I just had a moment of horror. I had a moment of horror followed by a moment of immense relief. I decided making this Godfather.
You got me Taylor Swift tickets?
No, but only
that's
that much
the moment of horror
left in the bottle, and I thought, didn't I have another bottle? Oh my god! And then I found it. I do have another bottle, so crisis averted.
No, the real crisis is I don't have Taylor Swift tickets.
That actually is. I'll even acknowledge that's a bigger crisis. So I do genuinely feel for you. Official. You've been missing Star Wars conversation. Look, feel free to start another Star Wars conversation. I'm always up for that.
I don't know what people were arguing about in the chat about Star Wars. I mean,
who knows? But
I have no idea. Lobster and Safa were yelling at each other without caps lock, with caps lock on.
With caps
so I just tried to ignore it because
that's fair. Just let it roll. Just let it roll. I mean,
The
Mrs.
live,
Amber and I were
live
talking
chat
about
is
rewatching stuff.
the live chat is so loud today.
I know. with the
Yeah,
cat
I if it gets loud, I just try to ignore it.
which is absolutely fair and legitimate. Mrs. Angry and
Or
I
I could activate
about
my
rewatching stuff.
moderation powers and say no yelling in chat and put you on quiet for 5 minutes on timeout because I'm in a bad mood because I don't
Yeah,
have Taylor
sorry.
Swift tickets.
I'm feeling like that makes less sense than you think it makes. I don't know what that was
I
trying to
don't.
convey.
I have no idea what that sentence structurally says.
So,
Like-
Lobster, I'm hoping you agree with me that saying somehow the Emperor returned is just terrible.
That was the worst movie ever. Like, I mean,
But just in terms of Star Wars canon, they made Rey a Sith essentially, and it was just like,
so you have, what was it called again? I blanked it
The
from my
Rise of
memory.
Skywalker.
Rise of Skywalker, right? And The Room. Tommy Wiseau. The
You
Room
think-
and Rise of Skywalker. Hmm.
Oh dear.
Plan 9 from Outer Space
Yeah.
and Rise of Skywalker, which had the more coherent plot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you, or both of you, have you ever watched the Star Wars documentaries? One is Star Wars Begins, Building Empire, and Return to Jedi.
Short answer,
I'm a
no.
Trekkie.
I've seen a lot of making of stuff, but that specifically is not familiar to me.
Yeah, they're really, really good. You know,
Okay.
about the
Does
evolution.
it have William Shatner in it?
No, Star Wars.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean what I said.
Okay. I mean, I love. I'm more of a Trek fan than Star Wars fan, but I still like Star Wars stuff.
Have you ever seen? There was like a big George Lucas benefit, a George Lucas celebration thing where I think it was like his birthday or something, and all the cast of like Star Wars was there, and there was a big gala event, and then suddenly William Shatner came onto the stage, and everyone was like, "What the fuck?"
What are you doing here?
And William Shatner's like, "Hi, how's it going, everyone? How's it going?" And he gets the mic and, "Hi, I'm William Shatner. Star Trek changed everything." And everyone's like, "What the fuck?" And George Lucas is just absolutely mystified. And the camera like pans to what's his name who played Han Solo?
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford, and Harrison Ford is visibly like saying "What the fuck," and and all of a sudden these stormtroopers come out onto the stage to try and arrest William Shatner, and he's looking around and it's like, what? Star Wars? Star Wars? And the stormtroopers get to him and start to pull him off stage. I can do Star Wars. Turns out it was a bit the whole time.
Okay.
And he starts singing I Did It My Way. Well, it's spoken word, because that's what he does.
Spoken word, of course, yeah.
With the stormtroopers.
Yeah.
He does a song and dance act for George Lucas.
The sad thing about
like
you're describing
yeah. There's a clip on YouTube for it. It's pretty funny.
What's amusing about this is that, you know, it sounds awful, and you're describing perfectly how awful it sounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought it was funny as fuck.
So,
just for the look on people's faces. I'll try and find it on YouTube, and I'll post a link.
Yeah.
Justin Watson. I hope you realize that hang on. So why haven't I watched through every Star Wars film in order of chronology after Episode 6 for like a marathon? The last 3 films wouldn't. Okay, so it's amazing because everything you just said was wrong.
But I think he's
The
largely
last 3
agreeing
films.
with you.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
think
the
you can
la- the-
argue with the visuals
Oh,
of
okay.
the last 3.
Yeah, I guess visually.
I'm going to say that's not even a hot take. That's an extremely common
Hot
opinion.
take.
Empire
Star
Strikes
Wars
Back.
5.
If that's
was-
Empire Strikes Back. If you did a poll of all Star Wars fans, I have no doubt whatsoever, Empire Strikes Back would come top of favorite of the movies. I have. That's a pretty.
No, Episode 3 was way better than.
You and your diseased approach to those travesties.
The prequels were way better than
just absurd
than the
nonsensical
original
plots,
3.
the worst dialogue known to humanity.
No, look, the plots were great.
Left with the thought George Lucas has never talked to a girl in his life.
He was
He's
married.
He has children. I still think he's never talked to a girl.
Look, I'll give you the dialogue, but the plot and the story was just, it was 4D chess. It was next level. It was a Tesseract in its execution.
What I'll give you in the prequels is the battle scenes were great. I thoroughly enjoyed all space battles and land battles. I thought were great.
The politics of the first movie is Star Trek level. It's up there. It's so like the whole thing is just great.
You know, original series of Star Trek wise, I'm just hearing the word Tesseract and imagining Shatner saying Tesseract, Tess. Oh, I'll shag that.
I can't stop hearing the quote of William Shatner saying sabotage. I don't say sabotage. I say sabotage because he's Canadian and that's how he says it. And producers tried to get him to say sabotage, and he just kept saying, "That's not what I say. I say sabotage." And every time you hear it, you can't unhear it.
Interesting point. You know, he went into sort of space a couple of years ago. He was only the second Star Trek character to make it into space. Scotty's Ashes made it.
Scotty's Ashes went further. Oof. They actually got fired off into the cosmos.
Well, they went into orbit around the sun.
They may have. I don't think we know exactly what happened. They may have actually gone into the sun. That's true.
It takes way less energy to go out of the solar system than to go into the sun.
Excellent question from Dontron. Is Shatner the most ego-driven Canadian in history? Maybe.
Oh, he's up there.
He's right up there.
He's up there.
Justin, Skywalker Saga should have stopped at 6. Here's the thing. And my take on the Disney trilogy is slightly a hot take, in that I think Force Awakens was so much better than I thought it was going to be. I will go out on a fucking limb.
Force Awakens? No, that was the first one, right?
That was the first of them.
That was just episode 4.
Yeah, but I thought it was going to suck, and it was better than I thought it was going to be.
But it didn't suck as badly as he expected, which is the point.
I think The Last Jedi has a stake for the best of the saga movies. Like, I really like it.
That's a low bar because it also sucked.
It is a fucking crime against humanity. Rise of Skywalker, the fact that they just abandoned everything that was brought into The Last Jedi, there was a whole bunch of stuff that were challenges and thought-provoking and whatnot, and they just ignored and abandoned everything from it. And it's just like, and then when you read the stories, that the people who were making that trilogy had no coherent idea for what the trilogy was going to do.
I think that while you are correct, some of the ideas introduced were bullshit. And I'm glad they did change their mind.
Yeah.
Even the actors were glad they changed their mind. And they should have had a single coherent vision throughout the entire trilogy.
Yes.
And the whole thing was a hot mess. And all three of them were awful.
Okay.
And
I disagree completely, but go ahead.
It's your right to be wrong. That's fine.
Yep.
But
and speaking of rights to be wrong, Mark Hamill has the right to be wrong, and he was Mark Hamill's a fucking actor. Actors don't know shit about writing scripts or making. When Mark Hamill goes, "Oh, why did they do this to Luke?" I go, "I don't know, Mark. Maybe because canon in Star Wars is every fucking Jedi in history is a fucking loser who runs away and fucking hides when they."
He also said that he felt really upset about what he did to the character, but also he just rents the character. He's an actor.
Yeah.
It's not his character.
He did also say he was upset at the fuckwits who latched on to when he said, when Rian Johnson told me what he was going to do with Luke, I felt like that was completely wrong. He then, when he saw the fuckwits on the internet, he just like, you people are all fuckwits. And Ryan told me what he was doing. Okay, I'm going to work with you, Ryan, and I'm going to do the best I can with this. Again, no diss on Mark Hamill. I'm just talking about actors. Actors don't know shit about script writing or making movies. So when an actor goes, I didn't think, and there are exceptions and variations because some writers and some directors are fucking idiots as well.
Yes.
So
my hot take
goes, I was shocked and I didn't like it. That's borderline meaningless to me.
My hot take is that the sequel trilogy is a hot mess and garbage and should be stricken from canon and redone. Just wiped. And George Lucas should have taken him on. Like they had his original vision for the sequel and just like, cool story, bro, and didn't use it and just whatever. And like they should give it back to him, at least in spirit. Bring him on as a consultant and redo it.
Yeah. Well, the future's unwritten. Who the hell knows what's going to come out?
No, they're keeping Kathleen Kennedy on. It's just disappointing.
It is, in my mind, without doubt, the single biggest travesty is they did not go into the trilogy with a coherent idea of what the trilogy was going to do. When I read that, I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you do that?
Yeah. When both trilogies before it were based on this singular vision.
To be fair, the original trilogy wasn't a trilogy. It was like Star Wars was standalone, and it was so massively successful. George Lucas goes, awesome, I now have an idea of an arc. So the trilogy was not from the inception. It was after the success of Star Wars. And the proof that Lucas did not make Star Wars with the idea of a trilogy, the horrible proof was the Star Wars holiday special. Oh my God. The fact that exists is mind-blowing. The whole thing with the Wookiee family and their holiday ceremony, and there's 15 or 20 minutes with no human dialogue and no subtitles. And it's like, how much
Wow.
cocaine did you do? I know there was a lot of cocaine in the 70s. How much cocaine did you do to think this was a good idea? My God. But the negative evidence that Lucas had no idea of a trilogy was the holiday special. The positive evidence he had no idea was the novel written by Alan Dean Foster, Splinter of the Mind's Eye. It was literally, Alan Dean Foster is a really good science fiction writer, and they said to him, could you write a book that's like a sequel to Star Wars? Because we think we might make a sequel movie, but we're not sure if anyone wants it. And Splinter of the Mind's Eye is a really good sci-fi novel. It's absolutely non-canon. It takes an absolutely different direction to Empire Strikes Back. It's absolutely unrelated. And so it's non-canon. But it's basically, it was successful and people liked it. And the studios went, oh, okay, there's an appetite for more Star Wars. Let's make another movie. And Empire Strikes Back comes out. Which
it amazes me that they even got that far, because, you know, it's like, wow, this is an amazing hit. Let's make more. Should have been like, you know,
So then,
3 months after the film comes out. And
okay, if
it
that
took them
if
a
that's
couple of
true,
years to make it, be ready to
why
make a sequel.
have references to the Emperor in Star Wars? Then? Why?
Oh my God, there's deep cuts on
And
that.
the Clone Wars.
No.
And all...
Okay. But also earlier drafts, Lucas's earlier drafts of Star Wars are stupid as fuck and have almost no relationship to the movie that ended up being made. If you can find it, there are these weird things where his original concept of the Luke character is a bit more like Anakin, and you read his early treatments and they're so fucking stupid. But it was spaghetti western samurai shit in space. It was Yojimbo in space. It was and he eventually, and there's an exceptionally good video on YouTube, video essay called How Star Wars Was Saved in the Edit. It's really good. Watch it.
Hi, Hungry. I'm Abigail.
Yes. Marco's hungry. And Pat's there too. I also have not been paying attention to chat. I've just been ranting.
Yeah,
so
I haven't.
Fuck knows what happens. Justin's throwing in Jedi Knight series post-canon. Kyle Katarn was cool. Dark Forces, that video game kicked fucking ass. Like, we were getting good shooters, Doom and Quake and a couple of others, and then it was like, oh no, LucasArts is releasing a shooter called Dark Forces, and it's like, well, fuck everything else, I get to shoot stormtroopers in this one.
I fell on the floor because of that game, because I wasn't really used to first-person shooters. And so I got like a copy of the demo and went to my mum's, because babysitting, because my brother was 14 years younger than me. So as a result, he was like 6 or something, and I was in my 20s. So what happened was I played the game for like 2 hours or something.
Yeah.
And I decided I was hungry, and I got up and I fell on the floor. Because my brain was like, my body wasn't moving, but my brain was moving around and in the game. But getting my head back into my body, my brain, took a couple of moments.
Yeah. I would say, sorry, just throw out with Dontron saying Kyle Katarn was Giga Shade. Yes, there was a lot of fanfic at the time of Kyle Katarn getting it on with Lara Croft. I remember that was a whole thing.
It's so weird saying that because in my head canon, every single video game character is always gay. Every
Which
single
is
one.
fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Also, I posted a link in the chat to a YouTube video of William Shatner at George Lucas's
there you go.
award
Which
show.
again, epic.
Which it's really grainy because it's from like ancient times.
Very low res 70s TV show.
Yeah. Well, it's I think it's from the 90s.
90s,
it's
really?
like 420p or something.
Okay, I thought it would have been 70s.
A 240p video.
Yeah. Oh my god!
Glorious.
Okay, again, because I joined YouTube like a year after the site existed, and 240p was a thing, and visually that's what you're used to, so it looked fine. And now, when you look at the YouTube videos from the first couple of years of the site, the pixels are so blocky, and you look at that and go, what the fuck is even on my screen at the moment? I'm just like, what?
Yep.
Yeah, Justin, Dark Forces.
Oh, Dark Forces. I remember Christmas getting a copy of Dark Forces and a box of chocolate coated scorched almonds.
That's a nice double.
And playing the shit out of the game and just munching on scorched almonds. And now my brain has a permanent connection to the two.
That makes
so
sense.
Now anytime I eat scorched almonds, I think of this Jedi game where I was constantly force choking people and Sith lightning because you could choose dark side or light side. And if I ever play a Jedi / lightsaber game, I think, oh, I should be eating chocolate scorched almonds right now. Hang on, what's with that?
I have a similar thing where memory is triggered, So what happened was in 2004, went to America and went to watch F-14 Tomcats in their sort of last few years kind of thing. So went to Virginia Beach area. And the first day got there, my nose and my arm started to get a bit sunburned. So it's like, right, okay, first thing we do today is go and get some suntan lotion. And so, sort of looking at the different ones, I needed something like Factor 500 or something because, I have a pale white ancestry, Irish ancestry, where basically you just catch fire if you get sunburn at all. And so I'm like, so I bought this stuff that looks quite nice, a sort of tropical kind of thing. Okay, we'll just go with that. And I'm sticking it on, and my brain is thinking, why does this smell of this suntan lotion remind me of Christmas? And it was only the following day that my memory triggered, and it was because it tasted of Terry's chocolate orange, which is a famous,
Terry's chocolate orange. Yes,
it's something that you put in this stocking. So I had, all the way through my childhood having Terry's chocolate orange for Christmas.
Yeah,
and just amazing that smell, how it connects you to different.
Sense memory is an extremely powerful thing, both positively and negatively, and that's why when people say like I can't even smell this particular sort of alcohol because when I was a teenager I drank several liters of it at a party and vomited non-stop for a couple of hours, and so now literally just the smell of that specific and why is 9 times out of 10 the answer is Malibu. When people say I can't smell Malibu without thinking about vomiting. Because as teenagers everyone drank far too much of it, and It's like, oh my God. God damn. Justin's talking about early days of YouTube and buffering. I only joined YouTube when I had broadband internet for the first time, because I had a blog for a while where I had this big idea of being a stand-up comedian, and I was using a blog to have work out material to do in stand-ups, and I developed a little bit of a following on the blog, and people were going like, you should have a podcast. This is the very early days of podcasts. And then it was like I went from dial-up to broadband, and I went, I'm just going, and YouTube was less than a year old at this point, and it was just starting to get big. And I was like, I'm just going to leapfrog from, I'm not going to go text to audio. I'm going to go straight to video. And I had a little digital camera that, again, did 420p video. And that's where I recorded all my early videos, because it was my first broadband. And yes, Justin, my early videos were definitely spicy, and I was really enamored of the platform. I loved the idea that I could have an idea and I could record it and upload it. And people I was uploading up to 3 videos in a day. Because ideas would just pop into my head and I'd have to shoot them and upload them. And I remember I was getting a little bit of attention in that first year. And I distinctly remember a hater comment, because they looked at, my account had existed for 100 days and I had 90 videos on the channel, and they were going, what sort of fucking loser are you? You're like uploading a video a day. And my reply was, lol, sometimes I put up 3 videos in a day. Keep up, bitch. And I was just like,
Nice.
it was just like, I was enamored of being able to do it.
I'm gonna zone out for a bit, just recharge some spoons.
And that's all cool. You've got a little
In the meantime, I have one simple request.
Yes.
If anybody's got any Taylor Swift tickets, let me know.
Taylor Swift tickets. Yes.
Oh, please.
Yeah, that's fair.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna zone out for a bit.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm just gonna just sit here and chill.
Yeah.
But
chill.
I'll still be here. So.
Yeah, chill for a bit. So Mark is saying, yeah, particularly gamers, people who do gaming videos will upload multiple times a day. That is a whole thing. Just like the two key things I did. And I forget who actually gave me the idea for Wangafat, because it was basically there were 2 videos, one where I'd upload really angry rants, and that was like Totally Fucked Up Friday, and ones where I'd go, why the fuck are people getting worked up about this? This is ridiculous. This is bullshit. I don't give a fuck. And someone said, I love these ones. This is almost like you're saying, what am I not giving a fuck about today? And I went, I just looked at that phrase, what am I not giving a fuck about today? And I went, oh, that's like an acronym right there. I think I should do that. Wangafat. And because I love alliteration, it was Fucked Up Friday, Totally Fucked Up Friday, and Wangafat. Oh, Pat wants to, I know what that phrase is. Pat's like, can I come on the stream and have a plausible deniability of if someone mysteriously dies in the next half hour, that I can say, well, I was on this internet live stream. So, Pat, I did put the link there, buddy. So you're going to come on and just say you were here the whole time, and if someone had an untimely demise, it was nothing to do. I love Safa. That's a wholesome view. The world's safe is Pat here. I mean, everyone except the person who's on the contract that Pat received is safe. That's what I'm saying. I also love the idea of, if we're saying shit like this, if
It's never
randos
ever going to
come on and
backfire.
go, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know. Also, I love Don Tron saying a Twitch streamer literally did that. A Twitch streamer was literally trying to have a live stream as an alibi. That rocks, honestly. They were probably doing something. So I'm torn because when you say that, they were probably doing something absolutely heinous. But I also am deeply in love with the idea of someone. I was in a live stream. I could not possibly have done that extremely criminal action because you can see I was here on this live stream. It was just weird. Oh, Micro, you just read the title of the thing? Yeah, no, dude, June is over. Where we are in Australia, we are creeping up on midnight on June 30th. Now, officially, I think the halfway point of the year is July 2nd or something. But, it's, as I've said many times, I would like to speak to the manager of reality and lodge a complaint.
Oh, for the good old days when you were a child, where a year was a huge amount of time.
Yeah, it was an insurmountably large amount of time, but it's just like, my first complaint is A, the year has gone too fast. How can we be halfway through it already? B, too many things are happening. I feel like in my youth, things happened at a more reasoned pace, whereas the last, say, 3 years in particular, far too many events that could be described as of historical significance have been happening all at once, and no, that's bullshit.
One of the
There have been an abundance of things, haven't there?
Far too many things. One of
the things that was interesting, how when Donald Trump became president, there was like a big issue every day.
Yes.
And now there isn't a big presidential thing every day.
Yeah. Mega is, and it's also
largely the presidential thing every day thing is talking about how Trump's going to get arrested soon.
It's basically after Bowie died. So I feel like Bowie was holding everything together.
I keep saying it. 2000 was it 2018?
Yeah. After Bowie died, everything went to shit.
That's when the end of the world started happening.
Yeah.
The year Harambe died.
Yeah, it's
and
like
Prince.
Bowie and Prince were holding everything together, and they died, and everything went to shit. And it's just
It's out for Harambe.
It's just going, yeah. And still, one of my favorite internet memes is "Dicks out for Harambe." It was just like, I feel like the stories go, why did everyone get so obsessed with this gorilla being killed? And it's like, why not get obsessed with this gorilla getting killed?
Like, he did not deserve to die.
He didn't. They panicked. You know what it reminds me of? The thing of Harambe getting killed. Occasionally there are these things. It's like some Japanese zoo where they do a drill for if one of the animals escapes, and a person is dressed in a costume of a tiger or something, and the zoo staff have to chase it with a trank gun and then carry it. It's just beautiful. For some reason, I just love the photos of when those Japanese zoos do a drill of a dangerous animal escaping.
Yeah, I personally thought, because you said Bowie, I personally have the feeling that the CIA had weaponized 2016.
Honestly,
was it 2016? Was it?
Yeah,
not 18.
It's like a turning point.
Yeah.
Well, let's go. Let's just check Bowie death. Yeah, no, Bowie died in January 2016, and it all went to shit after
there you
that.
go. That's when the end of the world started happening.
Yeah, that was the start. That was the beginning of the end.
So many celebrities died.
Yeah, 2016 was a bad year for celebrities. Yes.
Well, Bowie didn't die. He just went back to his home planet.
Well, it's a whole thing. Also, because it was a thing of his choice, because he literally released that last album,
Oh,
and
he knew he was dying when he
yeah,
released that too. That was the
yeah,
the
and he
the
waited
thing.
till the reviews came in,
No
and
one else knew.
let's be honest, he chose the day he went out. He waited till the reviews were in, the reviews were positive, and he was like, I can go now. So,
Surreal.
oh, I was about to say, Pat's trying to join, but it wasn't there. But
Oh yeah.
there he is. There he is in the shed, coming up
Alright.
with
Hi, Matt.
plausible deniability. That's,
You almost scored a visit yourself there, Angry.
yeah, I mean,
Not
honestly,
letting him in.
I probably deserve it.
Oh, yeah.
Touch and go there for a bit.
So, how many people you killed this week, Pat?
None.
None. He
Hey,
just
no,
gives
no,
he
no,
just
no.
gives an enigmatic smile. What? Me?
Oh yeah,
No
man.
contract killer in Australia? Pfft, no,
None.
He does not know what you're talking about.
no. And this is where we must do the customary thing, because we know various intelligence agencies are monitoring literally everything that happens on the internet. So we need to throw in, we want to go on the record here. Pat is definitely not the most feared contract killer in Australia. That
Yeah,
is
man.
not true. If anyone ever says it's not true. So you may hear these rumors in the criminal underworld of the smiling assassin, and how various miscreants, the last thing they see is that cherubic smiling
I don't think
face.
I know you, boy.
No, it's not true. It's not true. We here on the Angry Aussie stream wish to go on the record and say that is scuttlebutt from the criminal classes, and we do not support it.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm not saying that from fear of retribution. Pat, what do you got to say, mate?
So on no yesterday that is
Yeah.
the day.
Yeah,
I had a bad fall.
you had a fall.
Yep, bad.
You seem. Where were you when you fell?
The far. The inside. And the far I flip.
Yeah.
And my dad helped me. It don't work.
Yeah.
And my dad's ring oh.
Wow. So your
Yeah,
dad ran triple O. That was a bad fall then.
Yep. And so I don't know the Papa's 2
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm better. We'll walk. Easy.
All right. I feel like
Yeah.
if an ambulance came to see you and they looked at your face and they suddenly realized, man,
Hello
that's
there.
the face that so many people have described to me with their dying breath. And it's-
Oh, no way, man.
No. Pat's a nice guy. That's what we're saying. So Pat, but you are sounding and looking. So jokes aside, you're looking and sounding chipper. So even though you had a bad fall, you seem to have bounced back from it.
Yeah.
So you're good now?
Yeah, I'm better. I'm getting more rest. But all right.
That's okay. You had some rest. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all good. And also glad like your dad was there to get some help for you.
Yeah, no.
Not like all those people who, when Pat's heard their last words, going, "Someone help me!" No, what? No, that's not real. That's not real.
Three girls and four boys.
Who has three girls and four boys?
That
Is
sounds
who
like
you
an
killed
orgy to
last
me.
week? Sorry.
No.
That sounds like a hell of a good party.
I know,
Or-
actually, 3 girls, 4 boys. That's a party.
Or it
Yeah.
sounds like,
Bored.
or it sounds like the cast list of most Star Trek series.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, I'm also just thinking because I'm quite a fan of the more recent movies with the different cast in it, and the one where it was like Kirk in bed with a woman, and then when the lights come on, she was green. That was such a good in joke for
No,
Star Trek
that
people.
they're Orions.
Yeah,
That's a species known as Orions.
but
And
that was also
have
that
a
was
long history in the canon.
Yeah, and they do from the original thing. But it was also in a sketch comedy series, which is where Jim Carrey rose to fame, called In Living Color. Most of the cast was black, but there were a couple of white actors in it, and Jim Carrey was one of them. And they basically used 2 jokes out of that in these more recent movies. So they had a spoof in Living Color of a Star Trek movie called The Wrath of Farrakhan. Which was a joke.
Okay.
Louis Farrakhan, who heads the Nation of Islam in the US, and the Star Trek movie The Wrath of Khan. And Louis Farrakhan is in a Star Trek movie, and he's bringing in racial equality. And Jim Carrey was playing Kirk. And when Farrakhan came in there were 2 jokes they used. One was when Farrakhan's talking to cast, are you feeling there's some oppression in here? And the actor who's playing Sulu's going like, yeah, pointing at Kirk, he has sex with all the alien women. None of us ever get a look in. He has sex with all of them, even the green ones. And Farrakhan says, there will be equality for you, my horny Asian American brother. And at one point when it's all going pear-shaped, Jim Carrey as Kirk grabs the actor who's playing Spock and goes, Spock, are you out of your Vulcan mind? And they actually use that in the thing. The actor playing Bones says to Spock, are you out of your Vulcan mind? Which, again,
Carl Urban.
How good was he as Bones, quite honestly?
Sure.
And also as Dredd, he's very good as Dredd, and he's very good in The Boys.
He was good in Xena Warrior Princess as well.
Yeah. Yes. Who was he in Xena? Because that was in New Zealand.
He was both Ares and Julius Caesar.
Yes, I remember he was Ares.
And he was also Cupid.
Oh, okay. There you go.
A little Xena trivia for you.
That is some good Xena trivia right there.
You are welcome.
He was even quite funny in the Thor movies as the person who replaced Heimdall as the gatekeeper. And when he's trying to
Heimdall, he played he was a character from the comics.
Yes.
And it's Heimdall, not Hemdall.
Heimdall, depends where you went to school.
They even say his name in the movie.
I know, I just haven't watched them for Heimdall. I agree, you are correct. But there was that great line he has where he's basically trying to score with those women, and he just goes, here's my stuff, and he holds up those fucking AR-15s or whatever he's got, and he's going, I got these from a realm called Texas.
They were M16s.
They were M16s. He's just going, look at my stuff. I got these from a realm called Texas. It was so silly. It was so funny. Yes. Sorry, was that Pat? Yeah, that is a blur of white light, Pat, and I don't. It's now a slightly No, it's just a blur of white light. I'm never going to know what it is. You should
You
just
know-
tell me what it is. How honestly, how is me being wrong on the internet not a square on the bingo card?
Yeah.
Because I'm wrong so often. I was like,
Because it's
I
like
think
it's like the
oh, the
you
Flash.
drinking an old
Batman.
you you being wrong on the internet is like you drinking an old fashioned. It's
Yeah.
like a free square.
It's a free square. That's fair. So, did you go and see the Flash movie, Pat?
Yep. And Batman and
Yes, I know
Supergirl.
Batman's in it and Supergirl's
Yeah.
in it.
Yep.
Supergirl's in it.
Yeah,
Yep.
she
I
actually
saw
looks.
that
Which one?
today.
I've seen pictures. She looks hot AF. actually.
Which
I don't know.
Supergirl?
No, a new one just for the movie.
A new are they doing New 52 version of Supergirl
I don't
the
know.
story
It's
or
the whole multiverse thing
Yes.
in the Flash movie.
Yep.
because I mean I enjoyed the CW Supergirl, but the premise was like kind of I mean I enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching it, but the premise was this is just Superman but a woman.
Yeah,
But if
I
you
don't
read
want to do Flash. And yes, Safa, we say Ezra Miller is weird.
Ezra Miller is awful.
actually seems at best an extremely troubled person who should be in some very serious therapy and should be kept away from other people. At worst, Ezra Miller is just a
Yes.
bad person.
So-
Dontron knows. Dontron
yes.
says yes, it's new.
Okay,
52.
so I need to nerd out about New 52
Do
Supergirl
it. Do it.
because it fucking rocks. It's a dark storyline about Kara Zor-El of Krypton, how she comes to Earth thinking that not realizing that Krypton is destroyed, not
Right.
knowing the language, not knowing anything about what's going on, and meeting this dude who claims to be her cousin, and
Jor-El.
she's got all these
Kal-El, I should say.
Kal-El, yeah,
Yeah.
and she's got all these weird powers that she doesn't understand,
Yeah.
and like she's so enraged by her situation,
Yeah.
like she gets depressed that
Yeah.
her planet's destroyed. She gets depressed that she lost like a decade of her life,
Yeah.
and she she realizes that Kal-El is actually who he says he is eventually, but she goes through this dark cycle of like rage. She's so enraged that she calls a red ring of a red lantern ring to herself and becomes a red lantern and shit like that. Like it's just balls to the wall. It's so awesome.
Yeah.
So and because Clark grew up on Earth, he's learnt restraint of his powers, whereas Kara just is full on
Has
all the
nothing.
time.
Yeah.
So
They're really
yeah,
good, yeah.
it's really good.
All right.
One of the things that irritates me is watching certain like movie reviews or whatever, and they just sort of shit over what you thought was cool when you were a kid because you were a kid. So the original Girl, it's like, yeah, this movie is rubbish, and you know this is the reasons why. And it's like, I loved that show as a kid. I loved Supergirl as a kid. That was brilliant, and I wanted to be her because I thought I knew it was a girl.
The Supergirl movie, from the early 80s.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there was some dodgy superhero stuff in the 70s and 80s, honestly.
Well, to be fair, on that Supergirl movie, I watched it when I was very young, and didn't have a full grasp of what makes a good movie or a bad movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And watching it now, it's objectively bad. There's no redeeming features of that movie.
I'm sorry, we can't be friends.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It's awful.
Do you
It's
remember?
I
Crypto-
mean,
I remember
as
some
someone who
cartoons of
loves
Superdog. Yeah.
Supergirl as a character,
Yeah.
I cannot abide that movie. It's just it pains me, that movie. It's
Yes.
like a
Yes.
spear in my heart, that
The
movie.
budget and the effects of a lot of the stuff that was done in the 70s, 80s, that was
just
terrible.
on plot alone, just on plot alone. Like,
And yeah, that's
she goes,
that's a good point.
yeah, like, oh, it's just painful.
I have seen some stuff on this one, Don Tron, a Fantastic Four movie from the 90s that was never released.
Oh, it was made just so the studio could keep the license.
There was a weird thing about how it was licensed out, because DC licensed it, and it was like, if
Yep.
they don't do anything with it,
No, it was
X
Marvel.
number of years,
It's Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four. Yeah, anyway,
I saw that.
there's a weird thing. It was licensed out, but if the studio doesn't do anything with it for X number of years,
Yep.
the rights revert to DC, and that's why
Yeah, Spider-Man
Warner,
is the same.
whoever owns it, puts out some shithouse movie every 5 to 10 years, so they don't lose the rights to it. It's
Yep.
ridiculous.
But the reason why
So
kind of boring-
the cast were not aware when they were making that Fantastic Four movie that the movie was not going to be released.
Yeah,
And when they found out, they were quite upset.
yeah.
But when you watch it, and it's really hard to get your hands on it, it's actually not that bad a movie. I mean, there's very little post-production work into it.
Yeah.
So
You can see
it's
bits of it
difficult
on
to
YouTube.
watch.
Yeah.
But the plot is actually not that bad, and the actors do a fairly decent job of acting. But there's no special effects to speak of or anything like that.
So there's apparently going to be another Fantastic Four movie in the next couple of years. So they're just talking about casting it now.
I think
right?
Contractually, they have to.
I think
Dontron says the whole thing's on YouTube.
I think the worst one.
So is
X.
Backstroke of the West, which is.
I think the worst one I've seen was X-Men: The Last Stand. That was awful.
Okay, well, I'll go out on my hot take. I actually liked Last Stand.
I didn't mind it.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that it shat all over the Phoenix Force storyline.
Yeah.
Completely shat all over that. Which I didn't enjoy.
Yeah.
But
probably for me the worst thing in it was to have Scott have an off-screen death. It's like, no, don't have a central character have an off-screen death. That's bullshit.
They made Scott a complete wimp in those movies.
Yeah, he's getting cut by Wolverine, basically. There's whole like websites that probably have porn of Scott getting cut, like where they actually acted out.
Yeah.
With someone dressed up as Wolverine, fucking, and Scott going, "Hey, that's my girl." Sorry, that's maybe just in my head. That maybe doesn't exist. That might be just in my head. No.
But I mean, I do enjoy watching that movie, but it's my least favorite of the three, and it's I don't like what they did to Phoenix.
Yeah,
the Phoenix Force.
Even when they tried to almost come back from it, because there's actually a Dark Phoenix movie, And it's like,
Yeah.
you tried to make up for fucking it up, and you didn't really get there. And it's just like,
No, not even close.
but I do like the one where Hugh Jackman got to try and travel back to the 70s as Wolverine. That was
Yet
fun.
another Wolverine movie.
Yeah.
So I have to circle back to Backstrokes of the West because I dropped a reference there. No one got it.
Please explain it to me because I don't know what it is.
Backstrokes of the West is Revenge of the Sith. The whole movie, Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith, translated to Chinese,
and then back
translated back to English.
Yeah.
Then back to Chinese, then back to English, like a couple of times.
Yes.
And it's hilarious. And then
Now
someone has actually dubbed it and put it on YouTube. And it's been taken off and put back on because it gets copyright striked.
Yes.
And it's hilarious. And there are things like the Sith are called not the Sith. Oh yeah, the Sith are called big.
Yeah.
So when they're fighting a Sith, so Count Dooku, for example, they'll say, beware, he is a big. The Jedi are called the Presbyterians, Presbyterian Church. Yeah. What else is there? There, when in the first scene when they're fighting in space and Cody, the clone says, "They're all over me." It gets translated to, "They are in my behind." And the penultimate Darth Vader line at the end when he says, "No."
Yes.
It gets translated to, "Do not want."
Which, again, as internet memes, "do not want" is pretty strong.
Yeah. So that's where that comes from.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And the title of the movie, Backstrokes of the West, Revenge of the Sith.
There you go. See, I'm thinking of even more rudimentary things. Going to certain techno raves in the 90s where the hip thing to have on the screen was the Terminator with the Japanese subtitles on it, and as not quite the multiple levels of translation and retranslation, so a layer of error introduced at every phase, and the errors just build on the errors and build on the errors and build on the errors. It's just like,
I think one of the things I've seen is a what do you call it, a movie advert, what do you call it?
A promo or like a trailer?
Promo, so like TV promo for like movies coming out soon. You should watch this. And but in Japanese, a Star Wars in Japanese, and just hearing like Darth Vader and C-3PO speaking in Japanese is hilarious.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to throw out, because I am super old, and I was a kid when Star Wars came out. That was in the deep, dark past where movies could take anywhere from 6 to 12 months to arrive in Australia after they'd been in America. And there was a really significant delay between the debut of Star Wars in America and in Australia. And so because of that long delay, Star Wars had become a huge phenomenon in America before we even got to see it in Australia. And I have these vague, confused kid memories of seeing advance hype stuff for Star Wars on like a current affair or whatnot. And because Star Wars was so unlike anything that had happened before that the visuals just blended in my head. And I remember not clearly understanding the difference between the stormtroopers and C3PO and R2D2 because they both had this sort of facade across them, so they weren't people. And when I saw all this promo teaser stuff on TV, it just kind of blended. And I remember thinking, because there was like stormtroopers shooting and stuff, and there was C3PO and R2D2, and just think of C3PO kicking R2D2 and going, "What's wrong with you?" And in my head, it was the stormtroopers with laser guns going pew pew pew, and C3PO kicking R2D2, and that felt like it's because R2D2 was a gun that wouldn't work. And in my kid mind, there was no difference between the stormtroopers and C3PO because neither of them had human faces.
Yeah, you have no context to what this was about.
And it was so unprecedented. Josh, dude, you have wandered. I hope you're happy to be coming in and saying hello to nerds because we are nerding.
I'm totally a gay nerd.
Yeah,
like for sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. I hope I was hoping you were embracing the gay nerd thing.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
is
I fuck chicks all the time.
I know.
And love them.
Yeah. So
and I'm totes a nerd.
Yeah. So I'm hoping you're embracing that idea because if
I hope so. We got to put the banner up. We should put the banner up in honor of.
Oh
I hope he's.
Josh said that.
Josh invoked the banner.
Where is it? I'll find it.
Gotta put the banner up.
Oh, there it is. Non-stop cage test.
Yes. and I gotta bring out my Star Trek tattoo.
Yeah.
For those who haven't seen it, this is a tattoo of a communicator badge.
Right
in the right spot as well. Right hand. I'm mirrored, kind of mirrored there. So yeah, Josh, good call.
Yep.
You called it. We are. I'm certainly a gay nerd. Very gay nerd.
That was an exclamation of excitement.
What girl?
I'm not a gay nerd because I'm asexual, but in a real way, I might as well be.
Queer nerd.
The thing to bear in mind here,
gay.
This makes me chuckle because I don't know whether this Josh Daly person is being serious or just joking. And the thing about even if they're being serious, is like, oh my god, that's such a lame insult from the early 2000s or something. I mean, it's like,
yeah.
What are you 15? I mean,
they could be. Yeah.
Who knows?
So being ace is part of the queer spectrum.
Definitely.
The A in the alphabet, and also being trans is part of the alphabet. So
the whole thing with the communicator being here, a friend of mine who's a mad nerd, he used to always do the thing like, this is how he saw it, like everyone, because it was particularly Next Generation, that would be like when they would go into the communicator, it was like that's what they're all doing. Particularly Picard and Riker were definitely like, someone's talking to me.
So 15 minutes until I can be happy again.
Happy birthday. And Heidi,
well, no one's
nothing because we fucking love
there will be no singing.
No singing? Okay. Was there a new thing in Web Telescope, Heidi? I can't keep up. I've seen lots of really cool images from the Web Telescope.
She says no singing, but I'm pretty sure that Taylor Swift will be singing.
Unless
Hey,
it's Taylor Swift, no singing.
Will it Tay-Tay do it?
Are
So
you
we
Taylor
still wait there.
Swift?
No.
Then no singing.
I'm not even close to being Swift, let alone Taylor Swift.
then you must leave swiftly. See what I did
Okay.
there?
Yes.
It's
Okay.
funny because
Yeah.
Yeah, you get it.
So
Okay,
I
with
had a weird
Tiny,
thing-
broadly, yeah, that's cool.
I had a weird thing happen last week. So, if you remember, I told you there's like big model railway, the best model railway show of the year was coming, and
Yeah.
so my friend from down south who came for New Year, from I think I told you about that, and
I'm not allowed to be happy for 15 minutes.
but anyway,
Sorry, Laura.
so what happened was
come go, Wiggy.
Model Railway show, my friend and I went to it, and we turned my friend going to the show as a way of visiting me as well. And so one of the things that we planned to do, and we did, was go to Merseyside, so Liverpool area, where the old trains from the sort of late 70s into the early 80s are being replaced. And so, it's like, let's have a go on those while they still exist. So we're traveling around on the train, and that's all cool and everything. And then my friend sort of says to me, "Hey, do me a favor, just look at my face and tell me, is it sagging or anything?" And like, no, you look fine. And so what happened was their right leg started to go numb, as in the way he described it was having, when you go to the dentist, numbed up and it's starting to come back. That's how he described how his leg was. Anyway, so we ended up leaving a station to go and get something to eat. And when he's walking, it's like his right foot was clumping on the ground, so, like making more noise than normal. So it's like, okay, we'll better keep an eye on that, And then, so Friday, he ends up going home. And on Saturday, he told me, yeah, I've had a stroke.
Damn.
That's a bit rough. Yeah.
Man.
It isn't a terribly bad stroke. It's like just like right leg has been a bit funny. So no sagged face, none of the other stuff that goes associated with it.
There is a spectrum, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a very light stroke, but a stroke less. So that was a little bit alarming.
Yep, definitely. Also think, sorry, I just want to throw in with Megaleech when Pat was on the phone there. Yeah, no, he's on an app that, it's like Grindr, except it's called Killer, K-I-L-L-R. No. Look, it's a complete coincidence that when Pat pulls his head up, he looks like he's a character from Assassin's Creed. That's purely
matching contracts to contractors.
It's like swipe left, swipe right.
Oh, sorry, not allowed to be happy.
If you want to know anything about the dark web, Pat's your guy.
So Megaleech, for context, after waiting for 5.5 hours, well, for over a week, I missed out on Taylor Swift tickets today, and so I'm not allowed to be happy all day. Neither is anyone else until it hits midnight, which is the name of Taylor Swift's latest album.
Yeah.
And once it hits midnight, it's my birthday, so everyone has to be happy.
Yeah. So I've not been happy all day.
And as a birthday present, everyone has to get me Taylor Swift tickets.
No, me.
Yeah, that's something to work on.
A reserve, please. VIP optional, but
okay.
All
right. Look, I'm going to disappear for a moment. I think I need another wee break because we're coming on midnight. So I've been doing this for 4 hours now. I've had one toilet break. I feel like I deserve another one. And I'm also going to get something out of my fridge. So
Have a drink.
yeah, it's a drink. You can all lean out. Like you can lean here and talk or do nothing, or I could put elevator music on, or I could put AIDSy on.
Put
What-
AIDSy on.
Put AIDSy on because I didn't put him on last time, and it's
Yeah,
all
put
primed
AIDSy
up,
on.
ready to go. Oh my god, that was a weird hiccup that just came on me.
That was a gay
Thanks,
hiccup.
Pat.
Wow.
I just like the way the
Let's
Pat
go
does that with the
Let's go
hair.
back.
That was a gay hiccup. It came on you.
You think that? Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Wow.
There was a gay hiccup that just came on me. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
All right. So there's look. I'm actually going to leave the little things here. I'm going to turn my microphone off and turn AIDSy on. I'll be gone for I don't know a minute or.
She's upstate. I'm in my summit. So I don't mind if we can make it down to my house and have some fun together.
Where's that?
Let's stop AIDSy there and stop that. There we go. Oh Jesus. Okay, again, Pat, you're freaking me out because you're just a mysterious cloaked figure with a thing.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's
and
before.
again, I I forgot to put chicken in charge again, which was a major omission on my part.
You're bad.
Oh, Pat. Sorry, Dontron. Yeah, it is. And what's interesting, I still get comments and stuff on YouTube occasionally. People will be like watching one of their favorite old AIDSy videos and just like, oh man, I miss him. And so, yeah. Okay, a little bit of trivia. It's a while since I've counted, but I think the number of dead people on my YouTube videos is in double figures. So, oof.
Like,
Again, that's what happens over 16 years. You end up
that's
with a
not
lot of,
a long time. 16 years.
and it is a whole spectrum of people who, some of them were sadly, it was medical thing. In fact, most of them were medical things. The youngest was very young. He just barely got into his 20s, and cancer got him.
Last time I'm ever getting in a YouTube.
I know,
video.
right? And some of them are misadventure or self-inflicted or whatever. But most of them are medical things. But every now and then I just get reminded, like, oh yeah, they're not with us anymore, and they're not with us anymore. And it's like, oof, honestly, Jesus. It's a whole bunch of shit on my YouTube channel that is reminders of mortality, basically.
It gets worse as you get older because obviously you have your friends who explode.
Yeah, it's like you go through a period where most of the social things you go through are wild parties for 18th and 21st, and then you hit the phase where most of the things you're going to are weddings, and then you merrily go along, and then it ends up being funerals. It's just like, oh god, okay, cool. That's the phases of human existence, basically.
I'm reminded. I don't know if I've told you this story before. It's not my story, but it was a funny thing. So there was that movie, Four Weddings and a Funeral.
Yes.
And it was a massive hit. And,
Yes.
sort of the song Love Is All Around Us by Wet
Yep.
Wet Wet was huge in it.
Yeah.
And because of the movie, all of a sudden, a song that didn't do that well became number one overnight, kind of thing.
Yes.
Week.
Yes.
And so it was Top of the Pops, and so they get them in. They get Wet 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 in to play the song. And this was in the days when Top of the Pops always used to have people miming to the music, but not actually singing it. It was just the audio of the song they'd done.
Yes.
And which was always funny when it was like a complicated techno kind of thing. So you got like one person that must have been like an octopus with all the little extracts that were put in together. Anyway,
I'm here babysitting my sister kids. She's out of state. I'm bored and lonely at home. Need someone to cuddle with.
what's this?
Where the fuck was that coming from? Oh, sorry, Patrick Turing, sorry. A bot was trying to have sex with me on my phone. That was so fucking weird. That was so fucking weird.
What are you doing on your phone?
Pat's having sex with robots on his phone. I don't know.
I don't judge, but
No, it's fine.
maybe
It's
go on
fine.
mute.
It's fine.
Yeah, I know now.
Anyway, so Wet Wet Wet. Wet 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 suddenly became number one. Oh.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, so all of a sudden, Wet 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 become number one, and they get them on, and this is when they were doing live performances of songs and whatever.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Wet 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 hadn't played the songs for years, and the singer couldn't remember the second verse, so the second verse ended up being la 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 la, and it was one of those moments that I just thought was hilarious.
It is pretty wild. I'm thinking of various songs. In Australia, we had a show called Countdown, which was very big for quite a while. And international acts would come on and lip sync and whatnot. One of the ones I remember is The Cure doing Primary, and they were very happy to be on. And that was like, you're pretending you're playing along to the recorded audio, pretending to be live. And they did the thing like with their guitars and the bass and stuff, the strings were all really loose, so it was obviously fake because the Cure just wanted it to be clear. We're not pretending we're playing live. We're just doing this weird miming thing. And as Megaleech throws in, it's post midnight.
Hey, we can be happy now.
We're all allowed to be happy now. So,
Oh,
Happy
have you
birthday,
seen have you seen Nirvana do the "We're not even pretending to mime" thing?
no.
Because they just let go of their guitars.
Oh, okay.
They just start doing that kind of stuff. Hey, Bella. Yay! It's another Tripper and
happy.
the Daystar.
Another one of I don't even want to pretend we're miming is the Pixies. In one of their video clips, trying to think, it might have been "Here Comes Your Man," but whatever it was, one of the Pixies videos, when it's on the various people in the band with vocals, all they were doing was standing there with their mouth, like they were pretending to play instruments, but they were just going instead of lip syncing the words.
You do know why they mime these songs on live shows like this?
Because it's difficult
because
to play live.
well, no, it's not. It's easy to play live. It's difficult to do a sound check when you've got to set up a band and then do a tear down and do a setup with like 5 minutes. A sound check takes hours.
Yeah.
So these Top of the Pops type shows, they have a turnaround of minutes. So you don't have time to do a sound check. So if a band
Countdown would have 6 acts in one show who were pretending to play live.
Yeah, so they literally cannot play live and sound good at the same time unless it's an acoustic act.
Yeah.
And so bands that have tried to do it have always sounded shit.
Yeah. And Countdown I remember Countdown was occasionally excited that someone would do the vocal track live. They would be miming the music. Oh, that was a great stinger on the end. Thank you.
Happy birthday to me, I guess. I still don't have Taylor Swift tickets.
Yeah. That was just making me think of the horniest happy birthday ever, namely Marilyn Monroe singing it to JFK. The horniest happy birthday ever.
I swear I haven't been drinking. I just lost the plot.
Oh, okay.
Also making me think of Dave Chappelle, who, while he turned into a complete asshole, was an extremely funny comedian for a long time. He had one where he was talking about how he thought that Marilyn Monroe singing to JFK was hilarious because all he could imagine while Marilyn Monroe is doing that super horny "Happy Birthday, Mr. President," JFK is going, "No, my wife's here. What the fuck are you doing?" And because popular
Ixnay on
folklore
the
is both
birthday
John
bay.
F. Kennedy and
Yes.
Bobby Kennedy were both having sex with Marilyn. So when Marilyn did that super horny "Happy Birthday, Mr. President," JFK's going, "No, my wife's here. What are you doing? Stop it!" It's just like, oh my god.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're there weird. You know, drunk.
I'm not drunk, Pat, just because everyone can objectively observe me drinking
I
alcohol
don't
for
know.
the last 4 hours.
And
No.
acting drunk.
And acting drunk.
You don't drink.
Oh,
You don't
okay.
drink.
I
You don't
got a
drunk.
really clean one. So that trip I took to Merseyside. So my friend and I are on the train heading back home.
Yeah.
In the coach with us was this guy, and he was talking, and he said several times that sorry, I'm really quite drunk. And I sort of said to him, like, I hope you're not driving when we get to the end. And so me and my friend go to where my bikes are locked up, and then the guy gets in his car and drives away. I was so angry.
Oof.
I said a bad day. I don't know
God,
that.
you know what you reminded me of? This is from quite a few years ago, but it's like when I would drive to the local train station, park in the parking lot, get the train into work. And there was one day where there were after work drinks where someone else was paying for the drinks. So, of course, I got somewhat rat-assed. And I got back to the train station and got to my car and I opened it and went, "I don't think I'm very well." And there were those, what do they call the things that aren't cops? The transit officers or whatever the fuck?
Oh yeah.
They were actually on the platform, and I'm just away from the platform. And I got to my car and I opened it and I sat there and went, "No, this is not good." And there's like a small garden thing in front of my car, and I just stepped out of my car and hurl hugely into these plants. And they're like, "Oh my god, that's awful." And then I'm just sitting in the car seat of my car because it's like, oh, that was the whole thing. And these two dudes in uniform are up on the platform and they go, "You're not going to try and drive home, are you?" And I stuck my head out and went, "No, it's actually not that far for me to walk from here, but I'm literally just sitting here to just recuperate and try and get my head together so I can actually walk home without falling over." Because, yeah, clearly the way I just hurled massively into the little garden bit here, I'm not well.
That's what that's what you said in your head, but what came out of your mouth was like if you were Pat was talking those lines.
Yeah, no, it's literally just there was a bunch of bloggle, but
Oh,
they essentially
on.
got, "No, I'm not going to try and drive home. I just need to sit because this chair is comfortable. I need to sit for a bit and be comfortable, and then I will close the door and lock the car, and I will walk home."
I'm sorry, Pat. That was a really horrible joke.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
He doesn't.
you've got a
He
very-
doesn't drink that much.
You've got a very strong accent. Yeah, you've got a very strong accent, and you're reminiscent of Americans who sort of say to my Scottish friends, "Yeah, I've no idea what you say most of the time." And it's because they're not used to hearing Scottish.
Personally, I love Scottish Twitter, where Scottish people write in their accent. It's hilarious when they write
Scottish
in their
Twitter.
accent. It's
Yeah.
fucking hilarious. It's so good.
Yeah.
And
Scottish Twitter reminds me of my grandmother.
it's just the
Talking
best.
to her was just awesome. Sometimes I'd have to get my dad to translate.
Yeah, and it's the thing with Scottish Twitter. It's this basic thing of when you ask someone a question and they think you're a fucking idiot, and they reply in an accent that is quite unintelligible to you. But the translation is, "You're a moron. Why did you say that to me?" But when they say it, you go, "I did not get that at all. I don't know what you just said." All right, we're on the internet now. I'm just going to do a random thing. I'm going to do an internet search on Scottish Twitter because
because you can.
and because Scottish Twitter. Fuck. Okay, so the top result is 50 Scottish people tweets that showcase their sense of humor. All right, I'm literally going to have to share screen on these because they're just fucking amazing. Fireworks are completely illegal here, but I was going to do tonight, but I lost motivation, so I might do it tomorrow night or Sunday night. A July 4th shot that involves flames and sparkles. But anyway, so I'm going to do a Scottish Twitter thing. Okay, so just spotted a cat on someone else's porch meowing to be let in. Without thinking, I walked up to the door, rang the bell, nodded at the cat and left. It was only as I rounded the corner I realised what I'd done. Heard the owner shouting, "Fuck me, Sarah." The cat just rang the doorbell. So there's a softweed cactus in the hall, and whenever I touch it passing, I say "ouch" and pretend to hurt to encourage That's wholesome. That's wholesome. That's great. I was in the queue for Tesco. Gammon at the front, picking up the fuck into loud because he wasn't wearing a mask. Kaito places in front of me shouted, "Get a fucking mask or fuck off, you cunt."
Okay, did
Everyone
you
in the queue nodded. I love Scotland.
did you catch the bit at the start where it's gammon at the front? Do you know
Yeah.
what gammon is?
Gammon is an English person. Yes.
No.
It's
no.
ham. Gammon is ham.
Yeah, it's
It's
not.
pink
It's not.
ham.
It's not an English person. It's usually someone who's older. You know, he's middle-aged and has a red face.
Yeah, because gammon is like pink ham. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our currency is best. Fuck whatever shite currency yous have got. Scottish notes have otters on them.
You should be using a Scottish accent to read these.
Oh
Angry.
God. Okay, I'll try and I'll insult every Scottish person.
I can do a fairly decent Scottish accent if you want.
How do you know of a Carly how well it cooks steaks? I say, I will. I've watched plenty of videos on YouTube. How to
Well,
play.
Irish?
I will. You've watched hundreds of porn, and you can't do that right either.
Is that like bad Belfast accent there?
No, fuck you. Sorry. Freedom. Have you heard of a lot of Americans screaming about how aborting on-board fetus is murder of the highest degree? As soon as it's out the warm, it's fair game for getting his wee skull blasted to bits with an AR-15. Because that's what freedom's all about. Yeehaw! When you push a pull door and the person behind you says, "You need to pull." Aye, cheers, lad. Sure. Next plan was to start lifting it from the bottom.
That's so weird. That's so
We've all
weird.
done that. Push the pull door or pull the push door. It's like one of the best things, nicknames ever was. I had a guy at my work called Wayne Bruce. He was called Manback.
I've read that one.
We're all going to survive the coronavirus, then die of overdoing it on the celebrations once it's over. It's the Scottish way. Oh. 7 years I've lived in this house. I'm still trying to figure out why we've got a peephole. Yes. A year ago, girlfriend lost a favourite necklace. She's running from a taxi. It snapped, went down a drain. Little did she know, I contacted the council and asked them to search the drain. So this Christmas, I presented her with a Top Shop voucher because the council told me to fuck off. Oh, so told my dad I had a missus yesterday. He went, me, Dad, I'm with someone. Duh, right? Is he local? Me, I'm with a girl. Dad, sound. Is she local? Right.
I don't get that one.
Oh, it's basically a Scottish dad wanting to know if they're with someone local because they're not happy if they're not with someone local. So the Scottish dad who's super heterosexual doesn't worry about gay relationships. He just doesn't want to have a relationship with someone who's not local.
Yep.
Yeah. Scottish clothes shops. I like Scottish clothes shops. Let you see how good you look crawling home pished. Like, here's what people think Scotland's really like versus what it's actually like. They think it's someone in playing bagpipes, but it's walking my dog this morning. I saw a chunky hanging from a lamppost. Quick take on the Scottish play. Co-worker's 9-year-old son asking to write a diary of a character from Macbeth. He chose the king. Day 1. Excited about visiting my wee friend Macbeth, hoping he's done to kill me in my sleep. Day 2, ghosting. I cannot believe he killed me. Oh, good luck at school today. COVID screens for schools in Glenross. When they go back to school, poor fuckers will think they visited.
Oh, man.
For anyone who doesn't get it, it's like their dad's in prison. Oh, that's fucked. It's so fucked. Tonight. Yeah, absolutely terrified. Keeps asking me questions about it. Gonna get out of the lock. Is the lock far away? No idea where he even heard about it. I told him he can drive. Could be in our town in about 20 minutes. Eats wee boys. Oh,
what a bastard!
The hamster has to lose its eye, and John sent me this. That eye's fully shut now. I think she won't be able to use that eye again. Jesus, that's not screwed. The population of Scotland is 5 million. There's about 600 million cats in the world. So if every cat decided to invade Scotland, each Scot would have to fight around 114 cats. And I really don't think we could pull it off. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose it reading these. I swear to God, I'm having trouble breathing. Jesus Christ. Life is a scientist cradles Scotch egg in hands. A tiny fist breaks through the crumbs. A Scotsman hatches. Jurassic Park theme swells on back.
That's weird.
Jesus Christ. Lightning Lizzie.
They
Still
missed the
cannot
haggis
believe-
egg joke right there.
This image, the Queen
no.
cutting, the image is the Queen cutting ribbon, and a Scott saying, "Still cannot believe the Queen won that marathon. We Lightning McQueen." Oh my god! Americans, imagine you're a frat boy. You see a friend ended on the other side of the street, so you shout over him, hey bruh, you cannot pronounce Edinburgh correctly." Christ. Ah. In Trinidad and Tobago, it'll cost you £2.50 for a steak pie. In Jamaica, it'll cost you £3. That's the pie rates of the Caribbean. Pie rates of the Caribbean. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Last year versus this year, glad with mature. From grapes to wine. Okay, yeah, we've matured. Okay. Oh my god. This is London in 1993 after an IRA truck bomb. We didn't ban Irish people or Catholics. We understood it was just a small group of cunts. Except the English did ban Irish people. But anyway. Our government. Scotland will be governed by a new UK Prime Minister, elected by 160,000 Tory members, of which only 9,000 are based in Scotland, from a party that hasn't won a major election in Scotland for 64 years to deliver Brexit that 62% of Scotland's voters rejected. Yeah. Scotland's not fond of England, basically. You know, it is way. Can I stop thinking about the time my dad hung up a onesie on dry? Looked at my ma had topped herself. Oh, that's fucked up. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
Oh, God.
God, that is so fucked up.
Oh.
Oh my
That's
god.
weird.
That is weird. Okay. Well, a girl just spilled raspberry at me for checking out a fit dad. Honestly, it's the most offended I've been in years. Gotta shag a dad now, you wee cow.
Great cow.
You wee cow. It's like a little girl up. Oh god, I'm gonna fuck your dad to get back at you. That's okay. This isn't even a heat wave anymore, is it? There's no end to this weather. We just live in a hot country now, don't we? We're living in Hotland. We've done it. We live in the sunshine. We always wanted. Now we're just sweaty, miserable idiots. Hope we're happy. The temperature was probably 25 Celsius when someone was. So
Yeah, well. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, fair enough. My dad just told me he's voting Tory tomorrow, so I've stolen to hit his prosthetic legs. Good luck getting to the polling station, mate. That's just great. Someone with a boomer or old Gen X dad just fucking them up. I love it.
Yeah.
Right. My friend only shaves if she knows she's 100% going to be having sex. There's no point peeling a tatty if you're not going to mash it. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want that on a t-shirt. No point peeling a tatty if you're not going to mash it. Oh my god. Guy from TV license, chapped my uncle's pal's tart, told him that didn't have a telly. Guy was like, "You got air on your roof." And he said, "I got a pint of milk in the fridge. Doesn't that mean I got a cow at the back? Shut the door."
You know,
Which is a
as
reference
an
to that weird TV license stuff.
as an Australian,
Yeah.
I fucking love watching videos of POMs
Yeah.
just sticking it to TV licensed dudes.
That whole
It's
thing
just
about
so
the TV
fucking
license,
entertaining.
It's
Like,
deranged.
It's I just love watching that shit. Just
crazy
watching these
I don't even watch TV. I don't have. Well, that's not true. I've got a TV, but I only watching DVDs and stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you have to have a TV license to watch TV, even if you're not watching the
To
BBC.
watch broadcast TV. Yep.
Yeah, that's why you're paying for the BBC, even if you don't watch the BBC.
Yeah.
But I don't watch TV anymore. I have the internet, and that provides much more entertainment. You've got things like Netflix or etc.
Mhm.
So, don't need it. Well, the thing is, I haven't had a TV for or used the TV as a TV for years, and
Mhm.
yet every few years I have to almost register to tell them that I've not got a TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll just keep sending
Yeah.
me letters saying you need to buy a TV license, and then eventually I'll
Well-
have some or saying you need a TV license.
The thing is, legally, from what I understand, you don't need to do any of that. Even if they come to your door, you can tell them to just piss off,
Oh yeah,
and they don't have a leg to stand on.
And then
It's
all
just
that-
annoying as fuck, and
Yeah.
they'll keep harassing you,
Yeah.
and it's just annoying.
The annoyance part is that they automatically assume that everybody has a TV.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like Micro, as an Australian, I find the TV
Oh.
license hilarious.
We pay for it
Really?
anyway in our taxes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. It's a whole thing.
and I think it's fine. I think that's
Yeah.
fine because
That's
ABC does amazing work anyway.
It does. ABC and SBS both do good work. Anyway, more Scottish Twitter. Sorry.
Hang on, just a sec. I know one person who she had kept getting letters and she didn't respond to them, and then one day she had someone turn up at the door and it's like, I'm fucking blind. Why would I need a TV? I'm
Yeah,
blind. That's why I didn't respond to the letters.
Because I didn't see them because I was blind. Anyway, more Scottish Twitter. It used to look quite like Nutella till I saw the picture of it split into its constituent parts. If you did the same thing to your mum, she wouldn't look great either. It's like, be true, but be weird. Scottish people, you're a gift to the earth. Someone holding up a sign saying, your mom was an immigrant, you nugget.
I have to stop laughing because my throat's getting sore.
I know, but these things.
I was actually thinking a little bit more dark than that. I was thinking you better stop, otherwise Abigail. The epitaph for Abigail's life would be, she made it to her next birthday, but only just.
God damn.
If I'm any more happy, then Taylor Swift tickets will manifest in front of me.
I think so.
But-
we're still
but-
hoping for that.
I'm dying from like a sore throat here.
The consumption. What's this one? Mackey's. Personally, I think McDonald's workers should be paid £20 an hour just because they have to listen to that fucking beeping for hours at a time. Never been to Mackey's, not heard fucking beep, beep, beep like it's fucking watching a nan in hospital. Oh my god, that's... Sorry, that got so fucked up at the end about watching
Wow.
a nan in a hospital. God damn. Half time, lights dim to complete darkness, silence, then a lone voice. When I wake up, well, I'm going to be the one who wakes up next to you. When I wake up, well, no, I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. I don't know. Super Bowl. Okay, I'm not quite sure where the fucking thing. Anyway, goths. Where do you get these racism issues in America? Then you have Scotland, where no one gives an actual fuck what race you are, as long as you're not a goth.
Oh god,
That's harsh.
weird.
My pals think living in Scotland's all beautiful. They're all in hills and friendly patter. When it's reality, it's a junky shouting, you going for a shite hand at me because I'm carrying a 16 roll pack of toilet roll. Okay. Sure. Okay. This is one. Using my gold trim on my boy at work, and he goes, when did you unlock that after 500 haircuts? Genuinely the best bit of patter I've heard in a while.
I have to tune out because if I keep laughing,
That's
my
fair.
throat's gonna go.
That's fair. I'm still going there. Replace my cock with a pizza, and then Mark keeps walking past, not even realizing. Just sticking a pizza on the wall instead of a clock. What the fuck? Oh my god. Lassie ID'd me at Tesco and said, "Is this you or your twin brother? If he was my twin, he'd be the same age as me, you badger." Oh, my sister said Melania Trump always looks like she's trying to read the chippy menu, and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. I haven't seen a good Melania Trump meme for a while. She's been out of the public eye. Oh god. But she definitely looks confused most of the time. Right.
She always looks like she just wants to be anywhere else but where she is.
Which honestly, I don't think there's a person on the planet who doesn't identify with that. Honestly.
Mm.
There's a character called Mrs. Merton on TV years ago. Sadly, the actress died. And she was like presenting herself as an old lady, you know, lovely old lady down the road kind of thing. And, you know, she had, do you know who Paul Daniels is?
Oh, yeah.
So he was a magician. And she asked his wife, Debbie McGee, is like, so Debbie, what was it that, you know, what was it you found attractive in the multimillionaire Paul Daniels? And it's like, you see the same thing in Melania, don't you? It's like, what? So Melania, what was it that attracted you to the billionaire Donald Trump?
Yeah, the dineros. What's this one? Sex is intimate and sacred. Your body's a temple. You shouldn't share it with anyone who just wants Scottish independence. Okay. Fair. That's just fair. Mental how someone out there is eating the most crisps in the world and they don't even know about their achievement. And there is someone in the world who's the most something and they don't necessarily know it. Again, that's a real thinker. Vegan Scottish cuisine. My daughter is in quarantine at halls at Edinburgh. They said they'd deliver food. She advised she's vegan. They sent a Mars bar and a croissant. Sorry. I just really love that as the idea of food for a vegan. But anyway.
Hang on, why is that funny?
With the idea of someone saying they're vegan and then they get sent a Mars bar and a croissant.
Neither of those are vegan, though.
Exactly.
You
no,
can make a croissant vegan, though.
You could technically make a vegan croissant, but the standard croissant has an enormous amount of butter in it, which is definitely not vegan.
But how is that funny?
It's just because Scottish people don't understand the concept of veganism.
So the person who said it was like, you have no idea because, like, wait a minute, I'm Scottish.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
That's okay.
Met
We'll
Scottish
move on.
people who are vegan.
What vegan was.
We'll move on. See how Scottish people wear tops that say New York or LA. Do people from America wear tops that say Aberrath or East Kilbride? Probably not, honestly. I'm on a bus in Glasgow. 2 young guys sat in a seat in front of me. One of them just said, "If that coronavirus comes in here, I'll kick its fucking continent." Amazing. Absolute fact. Say something nice about the UK, Scotland. Can I wrap my head around why J.K. Rowling will shut the fuck up? So immersed in a bizarre hatred for a vulnerable group, she's willing to throw away her entire reputation as an author and public figure, simply to be known as the mental cunt obsessed with other people's genitals. Yeah. I have no idea what's wrong with her, but something's wrong with her.
Sounds like a lot of turfs as well.
No, but she's Queen Turf. Anyway.
She is the Queen Turf.
Yeah. Mental health when you go abroad.
Talk
Suddenly
about
start taking money
hang on.
like Monopoly money. €10 for a scoop of vanilla ice cream. No bother, mate. Here's a 20. Keep the change. Okay. Okay, that's all of that thing of Scottish
Ha-
Twitter.
Who were they referring to? Were they referring to J.K. Rowling?
They were referring to J.K. Rowling. And here's the thing. A lot of people say, like, why the fuck is she so obsessed with burning her entire reputation just to be a fucking bigot? Why does she not just maybe shut the fuck up?
Because she's a rich person with an opinion.
I forget who it was, but there was a comedian who said, because we know like J.K. Rowling's origin story is she was on welfare and whatnot, and this comedian was going, only rich people have enough time to get worked up about trans people. I swear to fuck, when J.K. Rowling was on welfare, she was not going, ugh, what are these trans people doing? Trying to... It's like, she's just like super fucking rich with nothing else to worry about. So she decides to fuck over really vulnerable people. When you're a vulnerable person, you don't use your energy fucking over other vulnerable people.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's describing Suella Braverman though as well.
Oh, Suella Braverman's a fucking monster as well.
Oh yeah, Suella Braverman is what happens when you feed Pretty Patel after midnight.
I feel like you had that one in your back pocket. You had that in your back pocket, Laura, and you were just waiting for me to say it. And I'm completely on
That
board.
delivered. That
I'm-
delivered.
Yeah, no, I'm completely on board.
I
with
think
Pretty
I
Patel being a gremlin.
I was inspired by a meme picture I've got, which is, what was it? Chris Pine puts the N into cuts.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Chris Pine puts
Yeah.
N into cuts.
What
Cunt.
did Chris Pine do?
I don't know. It was a picture of Chris Pine, so
Ah,
I think it was.
I thought Chris Pine was okay. I don't know what he does. Hey, Celtic King, my brother. What? It's like you've just wandered in at 12:30 a.m. What's going on in your life that you just stumbled in at 12:30? If you'd been here the whole time, that's one thing. But it's kind of weird that you stumbled in at 12. Also, you may have just been doing wonderful, wholesome things up to this point, and you may have gone, you know what? I finished with my wholesome things. I might go on the internet and see what the degenerates are doing now. And so I don't know why I'm judging you.
What's funny about that is when you started asking him the question, it sounded like you were still in the Scottish accent.
Look, honestly, potentially, possibly, Laura. Marco, weather here. Okay, so Marco, we in fine city of Melbourne, we are in our deepest, bleakest part of the winter. July is when shit is fucked up, yo, and we are just crossing the border from June into July. This is like the deepest dark, and it's not even that extreme. It's just bleak and shitty. So I'm literally gonna look up the weather app.
also it's extra bleak because I missed out on Taylor Swift tickets,
So we are
and
last
that
week.
affects everyone.
It is last week and the next week, and probably for the next couple weeks, we are looking at the maximum being about 14 Celsius with a minimum of somewhere between 5 and 10 Celsius. We're in a period of about 4 weeks of just consistently bleak, fucked up shit where it'll be cold, it'll be dark, there'll be a little bit of rain, maybe a lot of rain. It's just we're just in the fucked up period of the year. Once we get past July into August, we get some slight improvement, but now it's fucked. Celtic, you've been listening to where is this? You've been listening to CB radio argument. Do you have a CB radio there and you listen to weirdos argue? Which honestly, I think kicks ass. I'm not being judgmental. I think if you've got a CB radio and you can just listen to weirdos fucking arguing, I think that's awesome. So
That is
optical
pretty
tracking.
cool.
Are you in Perth? From what you're saying, I assume that's Perth. But yeah, we are in June. In late June through to July is the bleakest parts for particularly the southern half of Australia. It's just like this is 4 to 6 weeks of bleak shit, basically. Prior to June, like into May, it's kind of shit, but you might get the occasional nice day. And August is kind of shit, but you might get nice days. But June and July, it's just like this uniformity of bleak. And some of it's a bit more extreme and some of it's just less, but it's just kind of bleh. Late June through to July is fucked.
Sounds like October in Manchester.
Yeah.
You know what sun? You know, and if it's not raining, it's about to rain.
So, Micro, you over there in the US during the year, you get mad people stringing his CBs and ham radios. Slightly different things. That's true. I remember, oh my God, when I was a fucking kid, like in the 70s, getting like walkie-talkies for Christmas. And we were having fun, like walking across. And this is when you're a kid, pre-internet, pre-modern technology. Simple shit keeps you super amused. Pre-fire, we had like little walkie-talkies, and just walking across the road, like one of your siblings is in the house with one of the walkie-talkies, and you walk across the road with the other walkie-talkie. You went, oh, we can still talk to each other. This is fucking awesome. I'm literally across the road, and we can still. And that seemed cool. But the fun thing is, you had truck drivers with their CB radios. CB stood for Citizen Band. And the walkie-talkies, which we bought from fucking Woolworths or something, were actually intersecting across the Citizen Band radios with all the truckers. And there's the whole thing in the 70s with truckers talking on CB, and we'd just be talking on these stupid fucking walkie-talkies that we got from Woolworths, and something else would come across, and it's people on the much more expensive CB radios that was just coming across the frequency we were on with these stupid things that came from Woolworths. It was wild. It would occasionally do the thing like trucks would go past, and because the hip thing to say on a CB radio was breaker, breaker. And I was like, can anyone talk to you? And I did this a couple times. I was a kid, and you get on the little walkie-talkies you had and click thing, go, breaker, breaker, and someone would answer, and I would get freaked the fuck out, because it was like, I don't know, it was just a thing I saw in a movie that you go breaker, breaker, but an actual human being responded, and I was like, oh fuck, what the fuck is this? And I don't know. Again,
Do you know what it means now?
what does
'Cause I
breaker,
don't.
breaker mean now?
I have no idea.
No, in the 70s, it was literally you're going across a public broadcast thing, and you say breaker, breaker, and you're just basically saying, can anyone hear me?
But that's what it was. I thought it was like, you know, the equivalent of a Ouija board. Is anybody out there?
It was an Ouija board. Is anyone out there? And so if you were an adult truck driver and wanted to talk to someone because you were doing a 12-hour road trip, ripped off your fucking tits on amphetamines, and you thought, I should talk to another human to try and maintain sanity, you'd pick up your little CB and go, breaker, breaker. And if someone talked to you, you go, cool, I'll talk to someone and pretend I'm not just going to weave off this highway at some point. But I was like a kid, like a preteen kid with this little walkie-talkie. And more than once I clicked on it and went, breaker, breaker, and someone answered. And I was just like freaked the fuck out. And I was like, oh no.
I guess we're at the angry repeats himself stage
Multiple
of the
times.
evening. Because when you repeat, not just repeat yourself, but repeat a story word for word that's over like 2 paragraphs long.
I've had a bit to drink, so that's definitely what I'm doing. See, I just repeated myself then. And that was
Yeah, but like that's just one sentence.
that was
like,
one sentence.
I'm talking an entire
whole
story
stories.
that takes
whole story.
yeah,
Yeah.
entire like backstory included, like preamble to the story, like the whole thing.
And that's just what I do.
I think
That's just how we do.
I think one of the best things that I've little 2-second videos, that I've seen. I say 2 seconds, more than that. Anyway, and it's sort of a really evil dad who, so his daughter and her friends are upstairs doing a Ouija board,
Yeah.
and he goes and turns the electric off upstairs, and then turns
Yeah.
it on again, and then turns it up on and off, and just sort of bounces backwards and forwards for a few seconds, and you just hear screams in the distance.
Sorry. Yes. When you led into that, Laura, I was thinking of an extremely different website, but I'm
Filthy-minded,
I'm
and
glad that your response was actually far more wholesome than what immediately came into my head. Sorry.
I'm shaking my head at you, Angry.
Which is honestly the only legitimate response to what I just said. Oh, good God. Sorry, Micro,
ancestors.
you're a bad, bad man. A fun game called Who's in My Mouth? Who wants to play?
What?
You're a bad, bad man, and I'm completely on board, is what I'm saying. So,
the fastest land animal is a toddler after being asked, "What's in your mouth?"
yeah, toddlers and dogs, really. Anyone who owns a dog and training, what's that? Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. I'm just like early in the stream talking about like young Ms. Angry who's 25 now, living with a boyfriend. I could be a grandpa any day now, is what I'm saying. They might decide that that's a thing they want to do, and I'll be the babysitter and stuff. And I want to do stuff like I remember from years ago, a friend of mine saying like they were going around the supermarket with their kid, little toddler, who threw themselves on the ground and threw a tantrum and said, "Give me this, give me this, give me this." And the mum's going, "What the hell are you doing? Where did you get this idea?" And they said, "Our grandpa told me to do this because he said this is what you did to him and he wants revenge." Grandpa said, "If you're ever with your mum in the supermarket and you want something, just throw yourself on the ground and scream and say, 'I want that,' because that's what she did to me and she deserves it." I'm not saying
Weaponizing children like that should be against the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I'm not saying I would do that, but I'm not saying I would do that.
Oh, talking about sort of not Geneva Convention, but the European Court of Human Rights.
Yeah.
So British government have been trying to sort of, we don't want the people on the boats coming here. So if you come over, we'll send you to Rwanda. And the court has gone, yeah, that's illegal. And so they appealed and the court went, yeah, that's still illegal. And now it's like, we should leave the European Court of Human Rights because giving people human rights, because now, it's the phrasing has changed from illegal immigrants to illegal asylum seekers because, in the UK, we're trying to make, asking for asylum illegal. And then the government say they should come the legal way, and it's like, but you shut all the legal ways. If you want to leave Sudan for the UK because you speak English and you have English family here, it's like, no, we've closed we're not allowing people at the moment, to do that. It's like my doctors. My doctor says, right, you need to book an appointment to see your doctor. You're going to go on the website. And you go on the website, and it says we're not taking appointments at the moment.
Here's the thing. It has been a source of horror for the last sort of 6 to 8 years that various extreme right wingers around the world, including Donald Trump, have held up the policies of Australian government with relation to asylum seekers, going, "That's awesome. We should do that." And I'm going, "Oh, cool." The
Yeah.
worst people in the world look at what's happened in Australia over the last 10 years and go, "That's pretty cool. We should do that." And it's like, oh, God, shit fucking sucks here, honestly. It's just ridiculous. Ugh. Sorry, I'm also
Imagine the worst people in the world look at the legacy of John Howard and are like, you can do that?
John Howard destroyed. John Howard
how does he
destroyed
sleep at
basic
night?
decency. John Howard turned the plight of the most desperate people in the world into a political football. John Howard is a fucking abomination. And also, the Labor are gormless cowards because they've been so scared to react against John Howard's bullshit. Anyway, I want to be light. I found some more Scottish Twitter.
Before you do, can I tell you a little personal thing that is done?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
It's a nice thing. So I had a phone call from my cousin a week and a half ago, and it's 2 weeks ago actually. Anyway, yeah, so I had a phone call from my cousin, and so he's going to be coming and visiting soon. I haven't seen him since my grandma died, and went to the funeral. But not only that, also made contact with his sister as well, and she's super cool too. So my other cousin, and then even cooler is so. Do you remember I told you about my uncle died?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently there's some money that's been left to me in his will. Turns out it's not going to be like a couple of grand type territory. It's going to be like £10,000 in excess.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wow, that's a lot of money. So it's like,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Laura.
Showing up Taylor Swift tickets. Sorry, I was going to say, Dontron, yes, our Labour Party is lefties, definitely further left than, say, the Democrats. Micro, are you getting super hot weather, Micro? Because we are getting some noticeably cold weather here at the moment. Optical Turkey, you'd love to stick around and drink more of a bit. Oh, good night, my friend. Thank you for the briefest time of you dropping in. I really appreciate it. All right, so we've done that. So now I'm going to do another fucking Scottish Twitter thing just because it never stops amusing me. You have to be able to decipher these.
In an Irish accent, of course.
Oh, my
yes, your wonderful Irish accent.
I know. I'm again very bad. I'm very bad at this.
You're bad at an Australian accent too, so that's fine.
Seriously, I'm bad at everything. Right, so
you're not bad at everything.
You're getting big, aren't you? As if the wee cunt's gonna say, "Hey, Moira, spot on. I'm on the protein." All right. Oh, sorry. There's an ad in the middle. I just like this guy. That's
pensioner.
That's weird. And there's a spider. And
there is a.
Oh my god! It's just non-stop ad. What the fuck is going on?
Because they want you to scroll left and right or something.
Oh god! I don't even know how this works.
No, I hate shit like that because all they do is make you click and load more ads.
Yeah.
It's fucked.
This one I remember. Just got 4 drinks at the drive-thru. Guys, do you want a cup holder? Obviously I do, you fucking reprobate. I'm not a fucking octopus. It's like, when you push a pull door and the person behind you says, you need to pull, yeah, I cheers. I was planning to start for lifting from the bottom. And my mom gets so
We had that
gel
one
when I do
before.
anything fun. It's not my fault. I knew it's starting lines and shagging nines. You have to stay home and bake a lasagna. Oh my god, that's so fucked up.
Snorting lines and shagging nines.
No, it's not lines and shagging nines. That's so fucked. That is so fucked. Okay. You ever want to just wrap yourself up in tinfoil, nice and cozy, and just fucking get right into the microwave, blow yourself up to fuck? That is a millennial nihilist tweet right there. That's just Jesus Christ. All right, let's go. Lasses on about needing a Mr. Grey in their life. Half of them don't even have a finger up the bomb. Oh, that's weird. Oh, okay. What's that thing? Fuck's sake, Mum. That's hardly a scarecrow. I'd probably pump her. Oh my god.
It's Randy on.
Just seen a bird shouting at a Brian to put his pants on and point at me saying, look, the bird's gonna steal you with you. What the fuck? No, I'm not. I love when Scottish Twitter types in their accent. It's just so good. Why is my Instagram full of crushed avocado and pushed eggs and toast for breakfast? Just have some Cocoa Pops and piss off. It's okay. A boy at Avicii tells me his dad died because of MDMA, and when the beat dropped, he's proper crying his eyes out, shouting, my dad died for this! Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I wonder if folk who got out of prison are in Bieber wondering where everyone is. Sure. Okay. What comes to being a fucking cheat judging Muslims for ISIS? Remember, we're to blame for Goths. Ask a bird in Krispy Kreme for 5 Nutella donut. She says, have you got any nut allergies? Yeah, I pal. I'm planning suicide by donut. Hate when someone follows you on Insta is private, so you have to follow them back. Turns out there's no love with horses in the rap. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that
When
means.
someone follows you on Insta, you have to follow
They're in
them
love
back
with
and it says
horses.
that
And
they're
they're
in love with
us.
horses.
I don't know
and
what
their
that means.
refuge.
No, me neither.
No, we're lost. Okay. Don't know why farmers are so stunned. I've come across a lot of two-faced girls in my time. Two-faced girls. God, I almost knocked over my martini glass. Right. No, that's just a fucking ad. What the fuck? Mental what a couple of Fahrenheits can do. You put my deep body. I'd be like, oh my god, that's fucking lovely. Let me get on my Instagram. Again, I'm a bit of a sucker for fairy lights, quite honestly. Did it unfair how my tummy looks reasonably flat in the morning after 3 Rice Krispies. Looks like my 8 months gone with my twins. Personally, I feel that one. Ice cream and stereo bus. Ice cream and fucking what? Yeah, I was going like, what is that? What is no, I'm just at a loss. I don't know what that one is. Why do boys beep at you when you drive past? Just a second while I run a Fiat Punto. Again, no, I don't know what that one is.
It's a very small car.
I know Fiat Punto is a small car. Go and tell me the difference between these photos. Come on, because I didn't see any. There's no difference. There's no difference between those two photos.
sake. Oh, what's this one? It ain't dear brother. Did your hamster put you in his will? I don't know what that is. Perks of your hamster. I don't know what that is. Some of them just confuse me. Red McLaughlin was shagging a bird and he went out. Here's your daddy. The bird went, I didn't know. He left him a ma. Jesus Christ. Fuck. That's the whole problem. If your fetish is like, who's your daddy? It's just like, fuck. I'm not saying that's something I have actually experienced, but I'm not saying. Jesus fucking Christ. Issues with males think it's acceptable to comment on how a girl looks when she's with me. God, no, it's got too Scottish. I don't understand it.
No, you're
Issues
just
with
too
males
drunk.
think it's acceptable to comment how a girl looks when she's me. I'm not to be stunning. I'm out to be. No, I don't. I didn't know. It's got too Scottish.
You're too drunk and you're slurring as well. So not only are you incomprehensible to yourself, but you're incomprehensible to everyone else as well.
Funny thing
It's
is,
actually hilarious.
Pure Scottish.
yeah, the thing is, that's surprisingly accurate for Scottish people.
I'm pure Scottish at the moment.
No,
When you think about
You
it in an old
You
pair
hit peak
of
Scottish.
Ching. Sorry, this one did it for me. You find a tenner in an old pair of trousers, ka-ching. Jesus Christ. Dad, someone's actually asked if you want a bag. No thanks, sir. I carry the 15-inch black mamba with my milk and bread. So that's obviously a sex toy thing. I don't know. That's the whole thing. So shit when you're two of your mates and start talking about time when you weren't there and you're just walking along like, oh, that's a nice house. Alright. Well, he wasn't very great, was he? He found out your granddad helped build the Titanic. He's not very great if he built the Titanic, was he? Alright, I don't know. You love it when folk give their pets people names. Is there anything funnier than a dog called Ian? That's stupid. So, keep an eye on Claire. She has a man in the house. Hey, brother. Is he still there? Yeah, he seems nice. So is Hitler. Hitler seemed nice until he wasn't. All right. Share on the radio. Muslim stuff at M&S that refuses to sell alcohol. What's next? Get your stuff in BQ and not selling nails and wood. That's so stupid. What's this one? Okay, that's like an ad. Fuck that. Apologies for the short delay niece. There's a minibus in a ditch, but traffic's now moving around it. Should be flowing more freely. Yeah, hi. I'm still in grade 7. Someone's packed me a 10 baggage for joke. I don't know what that means. That's another one. Scottish people are a mystery to me. Any clones come anywhere near my personal bubble, you get your fucking stopwatches out because you're seeing third card is getting. Again, some of these is like Scottish people are a mystery.
Sorry, did you miss? Is Usain Bolt?
Right, it's a fast thing. I don't know. Swipe new on someone on Tinder because they had a big mole in a head, and when the next card turns out chocolate was swiping on someone on Tinder because they had a big mole on their head, but I've just got a spot of chocolate on my skin. Oh my god. Doug shagged my leg today and to confuse these and started shagging it back. And that's right, Picard tells no fun when it happens to you. Okay, no word of a lie. I remember going to see someone when I was a kid and I didn't know a fucking thing about sex, and their dog, which was like a collie, started humping my leg. And I thought it was like just trying to play football or something because it grabbed my leg. It was like trying to tackle me like it was rugby or something because I was so fucking naive. Anyway, moving on. Fuck's sake, man. I wish my mom would take me to space for my birthday. Take me to space for my birthday. My daughter Kimberly is Monster Munch. Was 6'3", 22, feeling doing. Asked her what's wrong. She said, both school says she's got a face like a foot, and everybody's calling a footy face. Like a foot, and everybody's calling footy face. I managed not to laugh, but you hear a fat hole laughing behind me saying, Kimberly, oh, what can I do to cheer up? Nice breakfast? What if we have a wee mother daughter spa day? You can have a nice facial. Then fat hole shouts, there's no facial if she needs fucking pedicure. Pure lost it. Getting a hold of him with laughter. Kimberly's locked herself in a room. Poor lassie. Oh, I love it when Scottish Twitter types in their accent. It's just out of control. Good luck in your exam tomorrow. I'm way before you're up. Got any advice? Yeah, have fun. Be yourself. My mum does not seem to understand exams. Being yourself on exams is not very good. My brother had a bird up for dinner and chalked and spaghetti. Ma had to put it out the throat. And I said, I don't know what she... I don't know what that is. That's too confusing. When he texts every day, finally shag him and never texts back. After clings... clings, penetrates, and dissolves. Jesus. Why do folks kids get the decent parking spaces next to the disabled ones? You have to choose the weak cunts. Didn't choose to be lazy. I'm not completely sure what that one is. Some cunt on my Facebook has just shared a post. Someone who's lost a cat in America. Yeah, hold on. I'll have a look at the picture of it. If you're in Scotland and someone's posted about their cat being lost in America. Yep. Okay. Cool.
The last two bits, the no is now.
Yeah. Never understood why Accent Festival was like, hey, you Eddie. Hey, 2 seconds, pals. Need to tie my laces. Pause the jeans. Oh, sake. I'd be so raging if I was a sniffer dog. Dog with a job. All your pals are down the pack sniffing assholes. And you can't because you're on the back shift. Drug dogs have a job. Blessed of times. Souvenirs where you pull out. Would it save just so many two drains on the system? Royal pull out. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Police brutality in America is fucking awful, man. Police in Scotland probably flip coins. Plus chap in the door and who's doing the talking. Talking about that earlier. Alright, last one. Oh, fuck off. Alright, that's done. With my atrocious Scottish accent. Bum fungus, hello. Fellow humans. Honestly, I feel like you're being exceptionally generous for me, at least, when you throw in fellow humans. And I've been ignoring the chat, so if anyone said anything while I was looking at those Scottish Twitter things, I apologize. The fault is with me, quite honestly. Oh, God. I was just looking at on the Bing search. What is Scottish Twitter? Scottish Twitter refers to tweet that a poster from Twitter uses in Scotland, which are normally written in Scottish patter. Yes, it honestly doesn't stop being humorous to me. Scottish people who write in their accent, I find that extremely humorous. It is a whole thing for me. Well, Honestly, so tonight I finished my citrus got real, but I don't want anyone to panic because I have a completely new bottle of citrus got real, which arrived this week. Also, I have Archero's bone dry gin.
Yeah, but do you have Taylor Swift tickets?
Honestly, I genuinely, unambiguously wish I did have Taylor Swift tickets to share with you, Abigail, but I sadly do not. All right, so look at
That
this.
is
My
sad,
my
man.
freezer martini is depleted. It's okay. So I've got to go over here.
Quick question for you: Do you drink so much because someone wrongly told you that if you don't drink it, it goes off?
I'm going to say no. I'm just going to say I drink the amount of alcohol I drink just because I enjoy it. But also, this is down a lot. So I'm going to I'll give you. I'm going to go over here. Oof. Ooh, wow, that was a real fucking challenge to get here without falling over. I surely don't I have a jigger here somewhere? Oh yeah, it's over here. Oh my god, I am so easily confused at the moment. So I've got my jigger to measure things. So if I go over here, do this. I might move this camera right over here. Oh my god, it's got something cord in it. Do this. So we're going to go my Infinity Freezer Martini, which has been running for a number of years. So we want some regular gin. We want some Navy strength gin. And over in the fridge, I want to add some vermouth and some water. We want to do a little bit with water, so we'll just go. How much of the bone dry gin? Okay, 75 mils. Oh my god, I've made a terrible mistake. I can't do this without a fucking funnel or I'll make a mess. Alright. Nobody panic. Alright. I've made an at least slight miscalculation. Yeah, Greg's come back in. I'm at least a little bit Tim Smith at the moment, by which I mean completely Tim Smith as to if I got in my car and started driving, I would definitely crash into someone's fence. So
That
this
is the definition of Tim Smith.
Yeah, and because I'm not a piece of fucking shit like Tim Smith, I'm not going to get in my car and go out and drive and crash into someone's fence.
Speaking about a car crash,
yes,
one bit of news in the UK has been how Thames Water, which is basically the Thatcher government decided that they were going to privatise water.
yes,
So they acquired the, I don't know what you call it, plumbing and the water system and the customers in them, because, you can't, the idea was privatization is supposed to give you, give competition, but there is no competition because the plumbing is still based upon, where you live. Anyway, so when they became a company, after being privatization, they had zero debt. Now they've got 14 billion in debt, they're close to
Wow.
going bankrupt.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, they paid over 120 billion in dividends over the last, decade. So they've given more out in dividends than the debt that they own.
Mm.
And so it's like, yeah, your water bills are going to go up because we haven't got enough money to upgrade them and service them and stop all the leaks.
Yeah.
Like millions of litres are being lost every day in leaks. This is a company that serves 15 million people, about 27% of the population, because it's the London area.
Yeah. Privatization. Evil fucking shit is what we're saying. All right. I realize I need a funnel to do what I was doing because I had this weird idea that I could just pour shit in. I was going, no, I'm going to make a terrible mess if I try to do this without a funnel. So I
Do
need
you still
to
have those layering funnels?
I do. Look, I possibly even have it here somewhere because I was going to do a layered shot for 4th of July, a red, white, and blue shot. And I definitely had one of the layering funnels that you 3D printed for me, Dr. Abigail. I have the small one. The big one, I was on the top of my fridge and I was moving some stuff and I knocked some stuff off and the big one fell off the top of the fridge and it broke the little arm
little thing, yep.
disperses the stuff that comes through.
Bummer.
But I feel like I maybe have the smaller one here somewhere. Oh, I do. It's right here.
Oh, I've got a fun fact for you, by the way, talking about water. In the UK, several water companies maintain flocks of sheep because they'll nibble the grass and the large plants growing, stops them from damaging the banks of reservoirs.
All right. Okay, I need to go and get a funnel because I was going to fill in my freezer martini.
I'm just sort of chuckling that if you move slightly over, you've just got the chicken talking in the thing instead.
Yeah, no, I brought the chicken in, so
Chicken's in
chicken will be
charge.
in charge. Well, it's only going to be about 30 seconds or so that I disappear.
Yeah, I'm gonna go anyway. I've got stuff to do. So
That's fair. It's morning for you, so you may actually have shit to do.
Yeah, it's still the afternoon. Yeah, so anyway, I'll catch you soon, and happy birthday again, Abigail.
Thank you.
All right, see ya.
I hope you can find a source.
See ya.
Bye.
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 All right, Dr.
I'm
Abigail, I'll
looking
put a
forward
bit
to-
of elevator music on. I'll just be gone
Sure.
for like 30 to 60 seconds. I need to get a funnel so I can do a thing.
Okay.
Put lo-fi on. Oh, that's pretty funky. Right. I'll leave chicken in charge for 30 to 60 seconds. There you go. I told you I wouldn't be gone long. Ah, chicken. What the fuck? You're meant to leave when I'm... So you're probably not hearing things that I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is probably almost definitely possums in the roof of my house, which was
Yeah,
deeply,
okay.
deeply unsettling when I stopped the music and all I heard was which is like little feet running through the fucking ceiling of my fucking house. Possums. God damn it. It's just
Yeah, that is unsettling.
what the fuck was that? Okay, so
Possums?
fucking possums, honestly. At this point, we are right on the cusp of me losing all sense of anything that means anything. What the fuck happened to my bottle? It has the freezer mark. Oh, how the fuck did it end up over here? Right, I'm just going over here. Here we are. Here we fucking are. Okay, that's very nice. And I've got. Alright, that's that. Gin goes in there.
I'm
I-
probably going to log off very soon.
So am I, in all honesty. If you need to go sleepy burbos, you go right ahead and do that, Dr. Overgirl. I've got my Navy strength gin. Let's do that.
I may or may not be going to sleep per se,
Yeah.
but I am definitely going to log off very soon.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god! I just
I
put completely the
don't know.
wrong thing in my, but that's okay. It just makes
What did you do?
makes my freezer martini that much more interesting. And we will hold up. You know, when you might catch up to your birthday, and I might literally just throw things around that make noise.
Sure.
That's a whole thing.
It's a vibe.
Navy strength citrus gin. That might literally be enough. I might just fill the rest of that up with water and vermouth, quite honestly. If I put that on there, and then this on here, and that's the thing I can sort out in the morning, quite honestly. Oft. Okay, so maybe, what is it? It's like, God Christ, it's 1:30 a.m., honestly. So I think it's a reasonable time for all of us to say, this is all a bit much. Maybe we should retire and attempt to get some sleep into our system.
Yeah,
Yeah? All right.
I could use some sleep.
Yeah. So we're doing it's late. It's very late.
I could use some Taylor Swift tickets even more though.
And so that's just, we are just throwing that out into the universe that Taylor Swift, I think, being. Dontron, it was a lot of fun catching up with you. I hope we've provided you with a few hours of diversion. It's, as I said,
I hope I was less boring than usual.
Been very good having you here. We survived through to like 1:30 a.m. local time, which is no small achievement. And we'll see how the day progresses. But all you fine people out there in internet land, hope you take care of yourselves.
Live long and prosper.
There's kind of a 50-50 chance I might be doing a live stream on Saturday night. I might not. And I'll be home. It's a little ambiguous. We'll see what happens.
Let me know what you're doing. Call me if I'm not
No,
responding
lunch.
because I may be asleep.
We'll message you regarding lunch, etc. That's the thing I want to do.
If I don't respond, you have to call me because I'm probably asleep.
I will. I'll try with the non-intrusive text communications, and if that doesn't work, I'll do the thing that makes your phone make noise at you and wake you up.
Yes.
That's the whole thing.
Perfect.
That's the whole thing. So,
Yep.
and yeah, Greg, we are definitely in the second half of the calendar year now, which is weird. We're looking for Taylor Swift tickets.
It's your birthday.
If anyone can help with that, do it. But see you funky people another time, whether it be Saturday night or Sunday night, whatevs, we'll see.
And do your taxes.
Yeah, do your taxes. Yeah. That's another thing. All right, I'm going to say 9 eyes. Bye for now, funky people. See you another time.